The audio stream's current bitrate 0 is lower than the recommended bit. Okay, whatever, man. I know, it's because I was not talking. Stupid YouTube. Can you hear me now, YouTube? Don't answer that, I know you can. Just in. My microphone stand is still squeaky. I know you were all worried about that, so I'm happy to report it's still squeaky. Okie pokey. Let's get ready for some good times. Alright, Alt F for Discord. I don't need that no more. It's time for some good old-fashioned writing. Unless I've tricked all of you and this is actually the super secret Minecraft mod showcase stream that I'll never do. Oh no. You know, I keep talking about this, but I keep considering designing my own, like, my own custom cheat sheet for music composing here, but I want it to be more than just like black text on white background, but I don't know what I can do to make it look like nice. What can I make it, how do I make it pop out? Give it a little bit of pizzazz. And maybe make it easier to look at. As much as I like Wikipedia, it can be way too verbose sometimes. White text on black background for sure. No, but that requires so much ink to print out. That wouldn't be good. Yellow text on white background. That sounds so awesome. I was thinking of like starting a stream off by designing one. Which would be like just the thing I do before we get into music. But like, I'm not sure what I'd do to make it like look nicer. I mean, I feel like I think this is kind of rock bottom right now. There's nothing really to work with. But this chart, again, I literally pulled from Wikipedia. Here are the Shirgi chords, but I just made that in like docs. I think the circle of fifths is fine, although it's still kind of lame. Look at that C flat. I think these charts are okay, they can stay the way they are. But this one is lame. My most used chart is the lamest one I have. And so I feel like there's gotta be a better way. And I ain't no graphic designer, so I don't know. I don't have anything like, I don't have like Illustrator on my computer or anything. I have Krita and I have Blender. Take your pick. I guess I could hand draw it, but that doesn't look quite as good on a handout, does it? Oh well. Make sure you memorize this chart. Actually, you don't need to memorize it. That's why there's a cheat sheet. But look at it, pledge your allegiance to it, and give thanks to it, because it is glorious harmony. It is what harmony is all about, except for all the parts that aren't about it. But just trust me on this one. Just use this chart to your advantage. I think my main problem is the sans serif font. Like, it's just like, see how here I use the serif font? The serif font means it has all these like extra lines on it to make it look all fancy. Here it just looks really bad without it, and it's from a distance it can be difficult to differentiate like 1 from minor 1 and minor 3 from major 3. So, oh well. I never quite understood why we use these tiny O's to denote diminished. And those are not degree symbols, apparently. They are just tiny O's for diminished. I use the tiny O's here, but yeah. Okay. Blah, blah, blah. That we'll take a look at later. First, I need to talk to you about my very extremely so eventful day that I had today. So I woke up and now I'm here. Ready to write some music, probably. Hold on, my friend texted me. Alright, well, I'm not gonna say that, but that was really funny. Okay. I know all of you guys are in on the joke, which is why you're laughing right now. Did you guys see the video I posted? It was just clips from these streams. It was pretty awesome, right? I'm such a talented editor. Tam Tam, you're so right. There is Tam Tam in that video. Although, maybe not the instrument. After I edited that video, I thought back to like, because when I started editing videos, of course, I edit videos according to the style of videos that I watch, which is very minimalistic editing, and maybe there's a few captions if someone says something pretty funny. But otherwise, it's not very fancy at all, and I prefer it that way. Then I watch like, my peers' videos, and they're so heavily edited, it makes me nauseous. What is happening? There's some YouTubers who I liked as a kid, but then they got editors that just like kit bash every sound effect and meme clip that they have into their thing. It just makes me nauseous. I also prefer the minimal way. I know, I also like it. I mean, not that I dislike editing in like general. I'm fine with making like silly edits. Like for my old gaming videos, every time I would do or say something stupid, I would make sure to accentuate the fact that I'm being stupid as much as possible because I thought it was really funny. Like making making my face all swirly and making it all distorted. I think that's really funny. But other than that, I also don't have background music. That's one thing that kind of ticks me off about gaming videos, is when they put background music. I used to have background music. It was like classical music, which is why I like kind of let it slide, because I thought it would be like background enough. But like background music in gaming videos, if it's not like in-game soundtrack, of course, just drives me up the wall for some reason. I don't know why. It's a very small thing. I just can't stand it. It feels a little bit less genuine that way, but I don't know. The editing talk makes me think of Maxor, but in that case, the exaggerated over-editing is a central part of the experience. I mean, I can understand if you enjoy having lots of edits. I mean, that's fine. I don't like it, but why should that stop you from doing all your funny edits? If you like them, then you like them. I just don't like them, so my videos don't have anything like that. I would rather rely on the fact that I'm a funny person than a bunch of flashing text on screen for you to laugh, don't you think? Isn't that what it's all about? I also dislike background music in a lot of videos because it interferes with composition. Wait, actually, wait, that's a genius idea. What if I just as I'm writing music, I just have Bach playing in the background and I'm just randomly inputting notes into my MIDI keyboard into MuseScore? Guys, I'm such a good composer. Welcome to my improv stream where I improv 9 instruments at once. It's very clearly just Bach playing in the background. That'd be so awesome. I'll make sure to save that idea for next time. I've also considered doing a parody stream or a parody video of other VTuber streams. So, you know, the way that I have it set up right now is very simple. You guys are in the chat in the corner, I'm here in my corner, and then the screen's you know, on screen, right? But other folks, they have all of these weird, wacky setups where they have some background stuff happening, and their chat boxes have special borders around them, and the whole stream has a border around it, and my character is taking up this much of the screen. It's so... I just can't stand it. It's too much happening, and all for nothing. Isn't the point that you want to see my whole screen, not just a part of it? At least I would hope. I mean, I guess I understand for some people, they're just here for the design of the cat girl. Which is both, I guess, valid, but also I hate you. I'm just kidding. Not really. But that's why my stream is very simply put. I just can't, you're just kind of... It feels like you're wasting space. You're streaming at 10 kilobits per second so that much of it can be taken up by an unmoving JPEG that you have in the background that is your stream background. I can understand having a decoration, I guess, but I don't think it's necessary at all. Create a script that replicates Bach to a random key at random intervals, too. Or the Bach generator, prints out a manuscript. Are you composing music? Oh, I don't know. Who can say, really? Music, schmusic. What even is music? And where did it come from? And does it have to do with time travel? Okay, time to open MuseScore. Welcome all y'all to the stream. We're doing some music in this one. The stuff that I wrote last time, gone. Didn't even consider keeping it. I deleted it. All that stuff that you watched me work on last time, I don't have it anymore. I mean, I still have the Shirgi and chords chart, but that's about it. Because I came up with something even better. I mean, I don't know about better, but it's something different. Without ears looks so cursed. Oh. Yeah, that one. Hold on. There you go. I posted these images to my Discord server, but there's no ears. And there's no ears, no fangs. Isn't it beautiful? It is what I would look like if I was a generic tuber. Actually, no. Somehow I look even less generic without the animal features. Oh well, that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Curious about the Shirgian chords now? Oh, were you not here for Shirgian chords? There was something I made up. So, basically it all started with me just like looking at this chart again, looking for chords. This is my modes chart that I look at for when I want to steal a chord from a different mode. I often look at this chart. Some of my favorites are this Lydian chord here. I'm also fond of this diminished 6 Dorian chord, and I really, really like this flat 3 chord, and, well, generally I like stealing from this mode too. Alien's always a good mode to steal from. Minor 5 is cool, but I don't actually use it that much. I much prefer going 3-1 instead of minor 5-1. But anyway, I looked at this chart, and I noticed the pattern as I was observing this chart, that as you go along the cross diagonal, the chords are of the same quality. So it's first very noticeable here, where on the cross diagonal, the chords are all diminished, and then on the next cross diagonal, they're all major. Then here, they're all minor, minor, major, major, and stuff like that. So I was like, okay, is there a pattern if I happen to go on the other diagonal for the chords? And not that I could really tell. So I wrote all the chords down in the chart on the cross diagonal. So you see here number 1 starts on Ionian tonic 1, and then the next chord is the 2 chord of Dorian. The 3 chord is the 3 chord of Phrygian. The 4 chord is the 4 chord of Lydian, and so on. And following this pattern, I mapped out every diagonal of the chart to get these chords, and they sound fine. It's basically like I just took this entire thing and shifted it, each column, just a little bit. And these are the chords I ended up with. And I'm sure you could get even more interesting patterns if you shift the chords, or the columns of the chords again. By the way, I don't know if anyone has ever tried something like that before, which is why I named them after myself. They're the Shirgian chords now. And if someone's already come up with that name, I'm sexier than them, so I get to name it. That's how that works. Anyway, I haven't really used these a whole lot, but you know what? Maybe we'll spend just a little bit messing around with them. Let's open up a new score. Close this guy. Create from template. Make a brass quintet 1. Okay. Look at all those sharps. I want concert pitch. So, last time I identified that the quote-unquote mode, number 4, is probably the strongest sounding one, given that it has a major 1, a major 3, and a major 5. So I thought that would be like the strongest sounding one, but 48 by 48 is basically voice leading any triad quality and any of the 12 notes. Nice. I don't think I messed around with number 6. Go, number 6. Which is... let's start in C minor just to make things easy. Okay, you know what, just to make my life easier, clefs. You, horn, go in the bass clef. Go. Man, the Muse brass is so weak. It's so weak sauce for no reason. It makes me so sad. Okay, the horn should play lower than the trombone. Recently watched a band piece I thought was cool and thought maybe my band could potentially play it. That is until I saw a high B an octave above the treble clef on contrabass sax for some reason. I feel like I've seen a contrabass saxophone before, but I just want to look at one again just in case. Just so I know what I'm dealing with. Oh my gosh. That thing is a beast to hold. Oh, why is this photo so crooked? How are they holding them up? They look so heavy. Now, what exactly is the point of such a large saxophone? And does it even sound any good? I feel like we kind of nailed it with the contrabassoon, guys. I'm not sure what the contrabass saxophone is supposed to fill in. Horn and bass clef versus horn and transposed treble clef divide. I think it. Well, for performance reasons, it obviously should be transposed treble clef, but for me reasons, it's got to be a. It's got to be a bass clef, so I can read it.
Oh, I can't find the fingers now.
This thing looks like it takes so much air. Oh my gosh. Your lungs need to be massive for this thing. Also, look how many saxophones they have here. That is amazing. So many saxes. It even says sax over here. Saxophone. I don't like that look you're giving me. It looks like you're blowing your lungs out, which you must be. The giant jazz star. Yippee. It's so comically large. Sub-contrabass sax? I don't even want to know. Because I'm lazy, I'm just gonna move you up. Man, I cannot use my keyboard today. Okay, so for your convenience, here are the sixth mode of the Shirgi chords, which I still have yet to name. I'll probably name them after my friends or something. I don't even know what these sound like. This is the first time of me writing the sixth one. I tried the fourth one. I think I tried the first and the second ones. What does this one sound like? Pretty cool, right? Let's write a progression using these. Just for funsies. Presto! Because I wrote them all in whole notes like an idiot, so... in presto you shall go. Let's have... 1, 6, 4, 5, 3. Try this. Replace the 5 with a 2. Go back to 1. Replace the 1 with a 3. Replace the 4 with a 6. These are all Ionian chords, it's just this one that's the outlier. I need to use some more of these funny chords. 1, 4, 1, 4, 7, 3, 3, 6, 6, 2, 2, 5, 1. This is descending fifths. Cool. So it's just modal interchange, but I guess a little bit more structured. I think in order for me to justify these chords' existence, I would need to like actually write a piece using them. But oh well. Okay. That's not all I wanted to do though. Let's open a new score. I want to record some clips for y'all. I want you guys to listen to me try and explain orchestration bits. That's going to be the first part of this. I want to make more, quick tips on writing for orchestra, because I think, because I've done it a bunch, actually, that's an overstatement. I haven't done it very much, but I, write for orchestra pretty regularly, and people are like, wow, how do you write for so many instruments? And I'm like, actually, bro, it's easier than you think, and I want to prove it. But I only have one up so far, which is about writing for reeds, and I don't think that was very good because it wasn't very comprehensive. It was just very quick. Was it 48 by 48 while the stream is going on? You write notes on a page? Well, that's not incorrect. I feel like for most things, because I did a little bit, and I do mean just a little bit of digging around recently at how other people, hold on. I did a little bit of digging around recently about how other people suggest that you write for like non-classical musicians. People that use DAWs and stuff. If you use a DAW, you're probably not a classical musician, because if you're a classical musician, you'd probably be using something like MuseScore or Dorico. But how I was wondering how they wrote for orchestra from a non-classical musician standpoint. Like they just want to write something that sounds cinematic, something that sounds like it's in a Souls game or something, right? And I think that's great, but I think by actually doing something like this, it could be because although it might just sound nice to have, some violins and maybe cellos playing over a generally heavy brass score, I feel like it's kind of neglecting a little bit, because there are hundreds of years, and of course, we do mean hundreds of years of composers trying different things in order to achieve a huge, big, and a balanced or unbalanced sound. And I feel like it's presented a little bit too esoterically, orchestration-wise, because there is just so much stuff happening in an orchestra. But I think that's really missing out. MuseScore export to MIDI, put in DAW. Put in DAW's nuts. Got him. Okay. Export to audio, put in Audacity. Well, what's wrong with putting it on Audacity? I have Audacity. Wow, look at that. I only use it for like recording myself, playing like guitar and stuff. And then I always close it because I'm like, wow, this doesn't sound any good. I guess it's gone. I wish I had like a home studio setup. Then I wouldn't have to go to one. Oh well. One tentacruel app into another. Yeah, he's stretching his little tentacruels into my life. The Tantaverse. So true. The Tantaverse is expanding into my life. Update on the composing in class. I got in trouble multiple times. I still to do it to this day anyway. What? You got in trouble? What are you supposed to be like doing math problems? What are you doing? Why are you doing it in class? You know, if you finish all your homework and when you got home, you wouldn't need to do it and then you could spend your time doing your composing, right? Did you know that? Did you know that? Okay, anywho. Composing piano concerto in math class. That's gotta be you guys. I don't know about y'all. I never composed the darn thing in any class because, first of all, I need to pay attention because the stuff we're learning there is actually important. Cough, cough. And also because I don't know how you just sit there with someone else talking in front and you can just stare at your page thinking about something completely different. Not even like tangentially related. I just can't do that. I need to... There's too many things happening at once. When are you going to use integration in everyday life? Do you have a phone? Oh, the Fourier transform, baby. It runs the whole world. It's a beautiful thing. That's why you gotta learn about it. Unless you're not making anything that I guess has to do with any of that. But what are you gonna do instead? Be a composer? What, you want to be unemployed? Got him. I know I say that even though I'm literally the composer streamer. So whatever. Anyway, let's start. So last time I made a thing going over read harmony. We are all unemployed. Yeah, because we're composers and we'll die this way. We'll write our masterpiece and then people will praise us for like maybe 2 days and then we'll fall off. We'll never make a single penny off of music again and we'll die in poverty like Vivaldi. And then like 20 years later, people will rediscover music and talk about how great we were, which is all that we're really living for anyway. Right, guys? So, anyway. Okay. How do you write big chords for orchestra? There are like 5 bajillion instruments in the orchestra. How do you make them put all them together? The first thing that I would start with is writing the strings. If you write a big chord, put it in the strings first. Don't put the whole chord in the strings. Why don't you put the whole chord in the strings? Because the strings are very thick. Strings sound like a very thick soup. The texture of the strings is very dense. It can cut through a whole orchestra, making it sound really muddy. It's like the groundwork, and you don't want it to be filled with too much mud, or else the whole thing is going to start sinking. You want it to be nice and evenly spread out far, just enough to really outline the chord, but not fill it in. The strings have a very homogeneous sound. Compared to the other instruments, they don't have a very interesting sound. You can save the close string parts for when you want to write some heartbreaking moments. But if you're writing for the rest of the orchestra, writing the strings all too close together ain't gonna sound no good. You want to put the strings nice and far apart. So, we write the strings in what's called open harmony, which means that the intervals of the notes are super far apart. So you can see here, the cellos and the contrabasses usually just play the bass note, which will be G in this case because I will write a G major chord. It doesn't really matter how spaced apart they are, just don't make it insane. Just for simplicity, they're all going to be playing the same notes. G. That's it. Easy peasy. Nothing else there. Now, what about all these other dudes? You got a choice here. You can write for strings and brass, strings and woodwinds, or strings and brass and woodwinds. Let's start with strings and woodwinds first. Because you already have all these guys filling in some of these notes, you don't really need to make all these other guys fill in the notes that these guys are already playing. These guys are already all playing G. Not a whole lot of instruments here need to play G. Let them play the flavor notes, the stuff that makes the chord have its definition. Is it a major chord or a minor chord, or a diminished chord or an augmented chord? Let the instruments with more unique tone qualities take over and play those harmonic notes. It'll be much nicer than if you just had the strings play it. And that way, you can preserve that orchestral sound by having, 100 string players play the root of your chord, but you can color the chords in different ways by putting all of the middle notes in different instruments. So, let's start with an example. Just ignore these guys for now. We're going to stick to y'all. Because the strings are already playing G, we're just going to have y'all play the other notes in the G major chord, which are D and B. Easy peasy, right? All I did is just that I have both bassoons play D, separated an octave apart. Clarinets are playing B, separated an octave apart. You can barely hear them because the strings are so darn loud, but we can fix that by killing the first violins. They're dead now. And also, I know that this clarinet patch is generally kind of quiet, and so I'm going to boost them. And also, you're putting the clarinet in this range, but we're not going to talk about that right now. The chord here will have a very different tone quality if I put these clarinet notes in another instrument like oboe. It's a little brighter there, a little bit less round, a little bit more bright. If I put them in flutes, the sound is a lot more mellow, more airy. If I put them in clarinets and flutes, even more mellow and more round. The woodwinds are great at this. They have the most distinct tone qualities from each other, so there's a ton of freedom to mess around with your chord timbres here. Don't put all the timbres in the strings. If I put more notes here in the strings, let's say I put you playing B, I put you playing D, put you playing G, and then I have, my wonderful oboes and bassoons here play. The sound quality of all these dudes is vastly overwhelming these guys, especially if your name is Mahler and your chords look like this. I don't know about you, but I can't hear these guys at all. I guess you can also boost their octaves a little bit so that it's a little easier to hear them. I can't hear them at all. That's the thing about writing strings too close to each other like this. You're not going to be able to hear the rest of the orchestra. The string quality is too dense. It overpowers everyone else. That ain't a good thing. Let's move you guys back to la 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 la. Yippee. All you guys playing G. Okay. For simplicity, I'm gonna have y'all just play a simple G major chord, starting from bassoon 2 to clarinet 1, going G, B, D, G. I'll let you listen to the different qualities of the instruments together. That's bassoon and clarinet. Bassoon and clarinet together, in my opinion, have a very warm, very even sound, especially if they're playing in their lower octaves. The oboes and bassoons together have a very, very bright sound. Very smooth, very bright, very liquid. Conversely, if you put them in clarinets and flutes, it's also very mellow. However, it's also very airy. There's a little bit more space in between the notes, it feels like. Oboes and flutes together, they're soprano instruments, so you can push them even higher into the range. Even more airy, even more liquid. I think they sound best here, although you might struggle to listen to these flutes if you're writing for lots and lots of instruments. The flutes in this range will generally be buried the more instruments that you pile onto a chord. So just keep that in mind. Okay. Now, if for some reason you're crazy and you want to write for all of the woodwinds together, you can do this, but I'm going to be disappointed in you. You're going to want different instruments playing the same notes. So you want all your bassoons to play the same notes, your clarinets to play the same notes, oboes to play the same notes, and flutes to play the same notes. That's one way to do it. And generally, I think it's the safest way. So they're going to play the same notes, separated by octaves, but nevertheless, that's what they're going to do. All of them together. I think this is not a very good way to write. I don't think you really should write for all of the woodwinds together like this, because they each kind of lose their individuality, and which is what is so special about the woodwinds. If you really want to fill a chord in, then you ought to use the brasses. That's what they're here for. Now, writing for brass is a little tricky because the brass instruments actually have such wide ranges. Like the trombone has an insane range, given that it's the slidey instrument, but also the horn. Very large range. And they all kind of sound different in different ranges. The horn will sound a bit... The horn will start to sound kind of like a weird trombone at the bottom here. And generally you don't want to write that low for it. The trombone, I think, sounds excellent here. And it's like a slightly more muted trumpet. It's like a cornet. If MuseScore had a cornet. Now, some general observations. The horns are part of the brass section, but they're not... They're the quietest part of the brass section, and there are two sections of the brass section, two subsections. There's the heavy brass section, and then there's the horns. And everyone else that isn't a horn is part of the cool kids club, called the heavy brass, and these guys are just excluded because, I don't know, they're too quiet. So, in order to compensate for this, remember how I said that if you put instruments at close intervals like this, if you put them all close together, their sound will pierce through? That's how you get your horns to be heard. You write them nice and close together. Brass instruments very, very much like to be close together. Beautiful. Sounds great. So even if I have some super loud instruments like a super loud trumpet and maybe some extremely resonant trombones and tubas going on here, still you're very easily able to hear the horns. Now, if I spread the horns out a little bit more like this, and instead put all of the middle voices in the other brass instruments, the horns aren't very well heard here compared to the other chord, which I guess I should have put up for reference. Here's the chord with the horns all far apart. Here's it with them close together. In my opinion, the one with the horns closer together has a much more full sound, and it sounds a lot better because it's so full. The horns fill in the chord very nicely, unlike here, where the chord feels much thinner because it's the trombones and trumpets that are playing the middle voices, and the horns, which are very good at filling the middle voices, are not doing that at all. Now, I guess for some people that's not a meaningful enough difference, but I think it's a very meaningful difference, which is why I suggest that you do something like that. Okay. Because the horns are not the heavy brass, they don't have as heavy of a brass as the other guys do. They also blend very well with the rest of the orchestra. So, you don't really need to write for the rest of the brass or the woodwinds at all. You could just have strings and horns together, and it sounds great. Let's write something like that. Even though most of the instrument staves are empty, there's a very full, very majestic sounding chord. And I think it sounds great. However, if your horns start getting a little bit too low and MuseScore is like, what, this note is yellow, what are you doing? Sometimes, if you ask an actual instrumentalist, they'll tell you that, yes, those notes are playable. And they're right that they're playable, but that's not really the point. The point is not that they're just playable. Of course, lots of notes are playable. Like this note on the oboe is playable. Sure, you can play that, and some people will like to brag to you that they can reach these notes. But that's not the point. The point is that at that range, the instrument doesn't sound good. Is the thing. The instrument just stops sounding as resonant. And another instrument, which is better suited for that range, will sound much better. And guess what, idiots? We have a whole orchestra based on that idea. If your horn starts getting a little bit too low, this low G2 here might be a little bit too low. I mean, it's definitely not too low for like a professional orchestra or anything. But especially if you're trying to belt out a very nice low note, you might want to switch it for another instrument. Like the tuba, for example, which I don't know about you, but is built for low notes, given that it's a tuba. And maybe just for funsies, we'll put it an octave lower. And a tuba, in essence, if you ever looked at a picture of a tuba, it really does just look like a big horn. So if you're running out of horns, you can just use a tuba to fill in the gaps. Or if a tuba might be a little bit too loud for you, even at these piano volumes, tuba is kind of loud. You can replace it with a bassoon instead, which has a similar tone quality to the horn when it is played at a soft volume. So allow me to demonstrate. Horns. Horns and bassoon. They sound quite similar, and I don't know if most people could tell the difference. But at high volumes, of course, this distinction is way more apparent. Although, if you don't happen to have enough horns, you could always just add in another bassoon. Why not? Beautiful. When you're writing for a chord that's very big and very brassy, and you want to use all the instruments together, here's my general advice. Write your tuba low notes. You know you want to. They sound great. That's what the tuba's built for. They're all growly and very menacing. Put the instruments that are similar to each other playing the consonant intervals. consonant intervals are unisons, thirds, sixths, and octaves. So, like this. Trombones are playing an octave. Trombones and trumpets, they sound quite similar to each other. So, let them play octaves and unisons. This is a unison. This is an octave. Horns here. Also let them play consonances. So, thirds, for example. And it should sound nice and very full, and very orchestral. Notice that I didn't say that the fifth is a consonant, even though that your music theory teacher might tell you that a fifth is a consonant. For orchestration purposes, it's not really a consonant. Why is it not a consonant? Because perfect fifths are very, very easily heard over an entire orchestra. If your goal is to seamlessly blend all the instruments together to create a nice force of sound from the orchestra, then you don't really want one instrument to stand out completely from the rest. And by writing instruments in fifths, something like this, the trumpets and trombones will be more heard over all of the other instruments instead of them blending nicely into the rest of the instruments together. Compared to where it was before. Now again, that might not be an appreciable enough difference to some people, but it can especially be heard in a concert hall, let me tell you that. And also because these are wind instruments, if you're working with ensembles that aren't on a professional level, they might not play these perfect fifths quite correctly. And octaves you can kind of get away with, but perfect fifths are so easily heard if they're out of tune that you're just better off writing them in octaves. Beautiful. Just when you're writing for orchestra, you might tend to write your voices from bottom to top because the instruments are generally arranged that way, that the instruments with the lowest range are at the bottom and the instruments with the highest range are at the top. Now this is kind of true, but a little bit different for the horns because, like we discussed, the horn has a huge range. It can play lots of notes from all the way down here in the bass, all the way up here to the treble. And trombone could do the same. So you're not really limited to writing the instruments just in the range that might be implied by the organization of them on the staff. You can totally, for a different kind of effect, because the horns have a mellower tone than the trombones, you can hear that the horns here are a little bit more round in tone and a little bit less bright than the trombones and trumpets. Right? So if you want to write perhaps maybe a mellower brass chord, even though it's playing forte, you can have the horns really stand out here by putting them lower, like this. The trombones will generally sound a bit weaker up in the higher ranges, so in order to diminish them a little bit, I'm going to put them in these higher ranges. And trumpets can just stay here, playing this G. Or maybe if the trumpets are a little bit too overbearing for you, like I so often do, you can just get rid of them. Horns and trombones together are a fantastic combination. And trumpets, they're a lot brighter than the rest of the brass instruments, so it can be a little tricky to blend them together with the rest of the orchestra, and they're the ones that are playing the melody because they're so easily heard, so no need to worry about blending the trumpets in. They're probably playing your melody anyway. Likewise, let's hear a nice brass chord, but without the trumpets again. Because I hate them, and you're my least favorites. Go! Beautiful. Now, what about putting it all together? We have our stringy bass here, which hasn't changed, by the way. It's just here to give that orchestral force. Always remember that there are like 100 string players at your command, which is a lot of people at your command, really, and you should be proud. That's a lot of sound that's coming out of those dudes. It really lays the foundation of the orchestral chord. If you're writing for all these instruments together, it can be very easy to write an imbalanced chord because the brass is just so much louder than the woodwinds. And I'm sure you know this if you've ever been in a concert hall and listened to the instruments. The brass is so much louder than the woodwinds. So how do you even get these guys to be heard? Well, you gotta take kind of a similar approach to what you did with the strings, is that the strings will be very easily heard if you write them close together. Same with the brass, they'll be very easily heard if you write them close together. But if you leave a little bit of gaps in between for some other instruments to sneak in, then you'll be able to hear them. So that's how you are able to blend the woodwinds with the brass with the strings, is that you leave gaps for each of them to kind of breathe. So let's do something like that. We'll have tuba here, again, playing its low note. Trombones, play your beautiful octaves. Let's have the horn here. Also, just play some octaves. Nothing too fancy-smancy. Like that. So they're playing G and B. Trumpet here. I want you to play some lower notes, because the trumpet will sound a little bit weaker in this lower range than it would in the higher range. So we're just going to kind of exploit this by putting them down here. Now bassoons, in my opinion, they're kind of the weakest in terms of being heard over the entire orchestra. The clarinet can be easily heard over the entire orchestra, so can the oboe, so can the flute, but the bassoon kind of has a difficult time projecting over an entire orchestra. And this is fine. In fact, it's a good thing sometimes, because that means the bassoon has a very, very lyrical sound. It's very, very good at playing melody. However, it means when it's trying to play over an entire orchestra, it just can't. So you ought to just put the bassoons in the range that they're, loudest, which is the low one. Although hearing these bassoons over everyone else might be a bit of a challenge, but, you paid for them to be there, you might as well have them play. Now, since we left a few gaps for these instruments here, the rest of the woodwinds can fill them in. So let's have the clarinets. Fill in these middle parts here. And let's have the oboes play up high, so too the flutes. Beautiful. So basically what we've done is that we put the woodwinds where all the brass instruments aren't. In fact, let's exaggerate this a little more. I'm going to put the clarinets even higher. You guys are playing the same notes, but that's okay. Now we've written a full orchestra chord, which is called a tutti. T-U-T-T-I. It means that all the guys are playing together, except the first violins, because I killed them off, but I'll bring them back because I'm nice. In order to write a full sounding chord for orchestra, you gotta do this. Keep their instruments nice and far apart from each other, so that they give each other space. Don't let too many instruments get too close to each other, because they'll be overpowering over all the other guys. The woodwinds are generally the weakest in volume of the entire orchestra, because, the brasses are made of metal, and there are 5 billion string players, so the woodwinds will be kind of the underdog. In order for them to be heard, you gotta put them closer and you gotta put them in closer intervals to each other. Thirds, thirds, seconds, fourths, and unisons. Those intervals, you want to put the woodwinds in, because they'll be more easily heard in those intervals. Let's hear it. The trumpets are too loud, so I'm going to kill them off again. Now even there, you can immediately tell that you can't really hear these guys very well. Even though I spent all that time explaining it, they're just not there, which is very sad. Now, the idiom is to just study the score, and I know that the principle, in principle, you want to write like this, but in practice, it's a little bit different because you don't actually have all of the instruments playing together all at the same time, all the time. Generally, what you do is that you have some of the instruments only play some of the time, and oftentimes the tuba is the first one to go. I'm sorry, tuba. You're gone. In classical times, the tuba didn't even exist, so the tuba's just gone. Usually the contrabassoon takes its place, or just normal bassoons. So we'll have the bassoons take over where the tuba left off, playing this G note here. We'll put the trombones in their less resonant range up here. The horns are, well, they're resonant everywhere. Except for up there. I'll just have them play the same note for simplicity. All the trombones are playing G. All the strings are playing G. Also, the first violins are way too loud. Get out of here. And also the horns are way too loud. Get out of here. And in order to accentuate that these notes need to be heard better, I'm going to put them even closer together. G, D, put the clarinet even higher, which would sound a lot more clear. And the oboes can play these lower notes. I've really stacked the woodwinds up here in these higher notes. It sounds like a pipe organ. I put it all together. Finally, after all that work, we can kind of hear the woodwinds. Writing all of these guys together in forte, of course, it'll be difficult to balance them together because of this volume problem. However, instruments will actually sound very much the same, both in tone quality and in volume, when you're writing them in piano dynamic. All I did was reduce the volume, but now the woodwinds are so much easier to hear. And because of this, you can get away with some of the orchestral weirdness that I just kind of created here. So you can play G. I'll let you play D. And kind of loosen up some of these restrictions here. And you can even introduce the rest of the brass instruments back because they're going to be quiet. Except the trumpets, because I hate them and they're loud. I don't actually hate them, except for when I do. There you go. Wonderful. At these quieter volumes, you don't have to worry so much about blending the instruments together because they'll kind of blend themselves because they're so quiet. So all those rules that I just gave you, you can kind of be a little bit more loose about them. Let's write some string parts in closer intervals like this. Let's put some instruments in fifths. What in tarnation is happening here? What? 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 Why does it look like that? Like that. Let's have you play thirds. And you guys, I'm gonna raise you up because you're gonna be heard over everyone else because finally everyone else shut up. Go. Nope. Okay. Well, when I say go, I mean the whole orchestra play. You can hear that even though I reduced the volume of everyone else, I made the horns play the same note, so you can hear them over everyone else, which is not cool. So you guys, don't play the same notes. Thank you. Loosen up a little more here. I want to hear those woodwinds a little more, so I'm going to space out the very close horns a little bit more. I don't think I'm hearing these bassoons enough, so I'm going to put them in a range that is a little bit more resonant for them, which is lower. I still think there's a little bit too much horn going on, and I think it's because I wrote them in fifths. So instead I'm going to have them play octaves. Like this. Better. I would like to hear these trombones a little better, so I'm going to lower this one. I'm going to lower both of them. It's a little muddy. The tuba and the trombone sound kind of similar here. I'll have you play the same notes. I think the second violins are a little bit too easily heard here. I'm going to space them out. I think this note repeated. Oh, you can hear it a bit too well. I want the instruments to blend together. So I'll have you guys play... I'll have you play a lower note. I think I prefer that. Oh. If I put all these guys back on forte, I think you can kind of tell that the sound is immediately very imbalanced in favor of horns. You cannot hear these guys at all. So, writing for forte chords and writing for piano chords, they are different, unfortunately. And luckily, thanks to MuseScore, you can just kind of use your ear to get a feel for what needs to be changed. Just listen to your chord, think about what you're hearing too much, what you want to get rid of, and use the tips that I've given you to rectify those errors. If an instrument is a bit too much heard, maybe they're playing in unison somewhere and you want to get rid of some notes, maybe you need to space them even further apart. Maybe they're playing a perfect fifth, which is very easily heard. If an instrument you're not hearing quite enough, put it in the range that's a little more comfortable for it. Soprano or bass usually. Instruments probably won't be so resonant right in their middle. See, this is a little iffy because it's kind of, there are a few caveats to that, but that's like a general-ish rule. Instruments will sound their best in the extreme range that they're built for. So for example, flutes sound their best at the very top, bassoons sound their best at the very bottom, so do clarinets, so do oboes, but at their very top. Not very top, but at their top range. The woodwinds are the weakest part of the orchestra in terms of volume. Those are the guys that you want to fill the harmony notes with, your thirds and maybe your fifths. Also, any and all extensions that you might have. I didn't do that, but any extensions you might have, put them in woodwinds. Because the woodwinds have such different tone qualities from each other, the flute sounds very different from the oboe, sounds very different from the clarinet, sounds very different than the bassoon. Different combinations of those instruments, even though they're playing the same notes, can yield very different results. You can't really say the same for the brass instruments. You kind of have the horns, and then you have everyone else. There's not too much freedom you can get away with when you're writing for different timbres of brass chords. In woodwinds, there are many, many, many different timbres you can write for, just because there are 4 different tone qualities as opposed to the tone quality of the horns and then the kind of similar tone quality of everyone else, except for maybe the tuba. And of course, strings sound the same from bottom to top, so no luck there. Anyway, that's going to be my impromptu orchestration lesson for today. And I'm immediately going to ruin it all by going to my project, which basically breaks all of those rules, because I'm so special. I'm gonna show you guys what I wrote, like, I think yesterday, and it's 6 bars. Three, two, one. This part here is supposed to sound quite lazy. I want this part to sound like nothing's happening, that you're just kind of waiting for the next thing to happen, and I'm not quite sure if bassoon is the right instrument for this, but I can't really think of anyone better. So, should I charge my phone? It's on 9%. I don't know, it's a free country, do whatever you want. Let's try you in bass clarinet. Go! Cello pits. That's not a bad idea. Go, cellos, do stuff. I'm gonna have staccato, pizzicato. There's a lot of cato. I don't really know how to describe this. It sounds a little bit too underwater, I think. I think it might just be because there were so many cellists, though. Maybe one cello might have been better. Try bassoon, but higher. This is a little better. Both cello and the other one. Just do viola here. Lower. I think it's got to be a soloist here. Have a solo cello here, just for funsies. Give it a shot. I want one cello. Less volume. Why aren't you swinging? What? Do the swing. Do the swing. Oh, right, the soloists get their own text, right, because they're so special. Probably because they're soloists. What the ever? Up in volume. you and English horn. Go. Excuse me? Thank you. I don't know how to explain to you that you sound like a steel pan for some reason, but you do. Go an octave down. Okay, you just sound like a bassoon, but worse at this range. So back in bassoon you go. The cello soloist is 100% classical music only. Oh yeah, I'm not seeing any cello solos in any of my rock music, so you might be right about that. Get out of here, cello soloist. I didn't actually like that very much. I think this melody is goofy enough. I just need someone to play in the background, and I think this is where percussion comes in. I added these wood blocks in, and it's the only part that wood blocks exist in, because I just added them just for this. There's no metronome option in MuseScore. You can't write for metronome, which I think is a huge oversight. I don't know why you can't write for metronome. So I think the wood block should come in a little later. Out of xylophone. I do have xylophone here. I was kind of saving xylophone for like a repeats, but you're right. Excuse me. Let's hear it with the xylophone first. This note is too low for xylophone. Let's have you play very quietly, please. I think it sounds a little bit... It needs to sound more clumsy. Maybe, I mean, playful is fine, but it needs to be a little more clumsy, and I think some rattly xylophone would work here. What chord are you? 1 to minor 4. Returned I have. Welcome back, cheese man. You're so loud, xylophone. Probably because I wrote you in forte here. Actually, no, I wrote you in double forte here. Anyway, we'll have you guys play tremolo here. Make break core I command. Oh, I would never want to disappoint the cheese man. I didn't pay the cheese tax. Also, you're the wrong chord. You're supposed to be up here. Also, I forgot that I wrote this melody in 16ths, not 8ths. So, if I want the rattly thing I want going on, I'm gonna have to write it like this. Thinking marimba. That's so many instruments, but I guess I could. So many. And just put you in single staff. Not gonna write that much marimba parts. Oh, there it is. I shall return to my kingdom. I wish you safe travels, cheese man. Marimba. I think the marimba... See, again, I don't like adding too many instruments if I don't have to, so... The marimba here... If I don't like it, it's gone. Okay, that's way too low. They're striking a little too hard, my friends. Mezzo piano. What? Since when did I write all these notes in? What? No, play these. What the heck? What? What am I getting wrong? I didn't write these notes in. I wrote this. What? Why did those notes change? Why aren't you playing in swing? What is happening with my instruments? Play and swing. What happened? Do I need to repaste the swing down? Swing. There you go. That seemed to fix it for some reason. Unfortunately, I don't like it that much, so Marimba, you're going bye-bye. See you later, Marimba. I want some staccato flutes here, but like low ones. You guys play your lowest note just for funsies, which is a C. Oh, a C sharp, I guess, so this isn't your lowest note, but either way. No note or rest selected. Ah, I beg to differ. I am begging. Please stop differing. Actually, do differ. That's what the phrase means. I'm gonna need you guys to play louder to hear you. That's way too loud. Maybe you'd be more easily heard on your double reed friends. Okay, the clarinet is not a double reed, but good enough for me. That doesn't sound good at all. I'm putting you back on flutes. Put you guys here, and this can stay on clarinets. Oh wait, you guys are playing the same notes. Okay, then just do this. This should be what? Which is of course 5, which means I marked my chords wrong, but whatever. Go. Hello. Move down. Move down. No, I don't like that. Don't play any harmony. You just play, like, normal notes. Maybe both of you move to B. Move to E. Good, better. You guys together. Also, shush. You're so loud. I don't like that. Stay nice and low. You can try that again, repeat that. Let me think for a second here. I think I'm going to continue this pattern. Oh, you're supposed to be minor, that's right. So you actually move here. You're D minor, which means you can go down here. I can't even tie my shoelace. Well, looks like you need to learn to do that, my friend, because shoes are pretty cool and you're missing out on a whole new world. This is... that be? It'd be a 3, a diminished 3 chord, which should be C sharp diminished, which might look something like this. And then I imagine back to E major. Like this. That doesn't sound right. What did I do wrong? Hello. What is wrong here? What did I do? This is probably just not the chord. Just stay here in D minor. This note here is G. I could just try G here. Probably why this sounded so strange. Like this? I don't like that. Play the same note again. I prefer that you guys did this. This chord here doesn't sound quite right. Especially this A here. That's clashing with someone, it feels like. Although, glancing at it, it doesn't actually, but it just feels like it does. Good. You need to move back down. Good. I like this. Just for funsies, let's try you guys on different instruments. Double reeds. All double reeds. Dang, this is not available on this. Thanks to the ingenious design of these patches, the oboes, staccato is a little bit too overbearing, but whatever. Let's try you an octave higher on your soprano counterparts. That doesn't sound quite right to me. There you go. I love how empty that is, but I think I gotta write in the accompaniment to match. And I want, you are, what, 5, so E major. Put you back here. Now that I have this general idea, I think it's gotta be worked on a little more using some fancy technology we call counterpoint. Something in me says that I need to expand that idea just a tiny bit more, maybe for like 2 more measures. If I added 2 more measures here, it would become like an 8-bar phrase, right? So just no, just have the 6-bar phrase here. 6 bars is okay. I was just wondering maybe if I want to expand it to 8s. I'll put you back at 1, the beautiful 1 chord. We have this very spicy, it's so spicy, minor 4 chord, which isn't very spicy, but I'm just going to call it that. It's cilantro. Uh-oh, MuseScore crashed. Okay, never mind, we're good. Try again. Just repeat these notes, my friends, and we'll figure out something along the way. And just a signal that this is a new phrase, I'll add in a new instrument, like the xylophone. Your turn. Help. Oh my gosh. Shush. Okay, I did say that maybe I want to write for multiple voices, so actually I'm going to get rid of what I just wrote and try to write some kind of counterpoint to you. And my favorite kind of counterpoint device is just to copy the melody, but offset the rhythm by like a beat or 2, which always works, and it never sounds bad, definitely. And also, shush. What is this? Give me your chords. They're mine. Thank you. This doesn't quite work because you're clashing with that D up there. I could have you play a bit more minimal of a rhythm. Although now you're just going to kind of coincide with the wood blocks, and I don't want you guys to sound too close like that, so... Try this now. Repeat this. Not quite what I want. Play some closer notes. all of me is saying that you gotta play this low E here. And that means you gotta be in a different range. And I'm not even quite sure that I like it that much. I'll try you in the glockenspiel instead, please. Try you instead in a clarinet, won't you? Won't you indulge me? Try it in clarinets. But like lower. What notes are playing here? You guys together are playing a second, which is why the sound is not good. Just play D here. You play E minor. This G natural sounds a little out of place, but not really for reasons I can say. So just redo this. Try again, but in the bass clarinet, please. I'll have you play even lower. Try in pizzicato of these instruments, please. Maybe this will help you stand out a little more from the crowd. Go! Play pizzicato here. Okay, well, I'd really like if I could hear it. Just a little bit faster, please. It is really slow right now, but that's okay. Who cares? No staccato in the accompaniments. Just like be quieter. That doesn't sound very good at all, actually. So I'm gonna put the staccatos back there. It feels like there's gotta be some kind of drone here, at least in the second parts. I'm not quite sure if I like pizzicato here. Try you in a different instrument, perhaps. Go cello. Let's have some kind of droning note here. Played by whom? I don't know. Try clarinet here. But like a really quiet one. Different piece from yesterday? Nope. Just play a nice drone here. Maybe horn. 2 beats. Again. Oh my gosh, there's so much vrooming happening outside. Two horns. Horns play 2 beats and a eighth of a beats, or quarter, a half beats. Hold on, I'm getting mixed up because it's an eighth notes, but it's only an eighth of a measure, which means it's half of 1 beats, but only in specifically 4/4, or not specifically 4/4, but things that have quarter notes as their base of their time sign. Okay, whatever. Anyway, music is weird. Never write it. It's the worst mistake of my life. Can't believe I'm stuck here writing. What's your gender? What do you think it is? Try here, just for funsies. I want you to try some flutter tongue. Go, flutter. Okay, doesn't sound much difference. Try contra bassoon. Sure. Try this. That's not very helpful. Try some very unstable contrabass. Her voice could be that of anything. I could... he could be any one of us. Hold on, try this again. Put you here and put you in cello instead. Cello should have a brighter tone here. Quieter. Or that's not quieter. Quieter. Louder. Whoopsies. Okay, get rid of all these rests here. Okay, like I kind of like this drone here. I want some like flautish sound effects here. I want the flutes to play something a little funny. Something like... What does it sound like to space out? It's kind of the idea that I'm going for here. What does it sound like when you space out? And I'm very good at spacing out. I should be able to do this quite easily. For some reason I'm struggling a little bit to figure that out. And I don't want anything that's a bit too cliche or anything. Stalls my mind from homework. Whole tone scale. Actually, you're kind of right. I have used the whole tone scale a bunch here in the earlier parts. So I guess I could get away with using it again, right? Maybe we could have like this very repetitive background, right? And then like some funny stuff happens on top. I think that could be very fun. Quartal runs. I do like quartals and quarters. Okay. I've gotten a lot of use out of these low flutes, by the way. I added these flutes in just kind of as an experiment, and now I've used them a ton throughout the whole piece, because I like them a lot. Maybe I'll just keep writing for them. Bass flute and alto. I don't... Is the bass flute, like, uncommon? I know the alto flute is, like, It's not uncommon, but it's not common. Is the bass flute very common at all? Or do people, maybe in a contemporary orchestra, but like that's 4 flautists I have here. Maybe that's a few too many. Upright bass flutes. I love this thing. It looks terrible, but that's how it's designed. And there's the contra dash bass flutes, which they've looked like they've been studying in a temple of contra bass flute for several years so that they can become the enlightened one when it comes to bass flute. Anyway, George Bruns' score for the Jungle Book. But flute family. Despite its name, its lowest note, C3 or B2, places its lowest octave only in the tenor range. See, this is the thing that confused me when I first started, because I added bass flute and was like, okay, bass flute, that means it plays in the bass range, right? And it doesn't. But I think that's because the flute's high range, okay, maybe not that high. The flute's high range is already so high that it basically like shifts the entire flute choir range up an octave. So its unique timbre in the low register can be very effective, especially in solo work, small ensembles, and flute choirs. Well, isn't that ironic? Bass flute in F, produced by Kotato and Fukushima, is a contralto flute. It's a liar! Dang it. Repertoire. Many composers are beginning to write more pieces for the bass flute. Okay, so oh, is this for like solo bass flute actually? Or no, this one's called 2 for 2, so I imagine it's called, yeah, small sonata, so that's probably for more instruments than just flutes. Seekers of the Sahara is a cool title. Yeah. John Cage's work 7-2. Man, John Cage really likes naming his pieces after numbers. I've seen like so many so far. There's 433, there's 0, there's 1 cubed, and now there's 7-2. There's even more. So many number ones. Anyway. That doesn't answer my question though, but I assume this means that many composers are beginning to write. Not many people have written for bass flutes. And maybe it's just because it doesn't have a very good sound. Like, it doesn't really blend well with the rest of the orchestra. The only reason that I was able to use it so much here is because it is playing solo parts. Yeah, I actually had a series of number pieces. Number pieces. Are they numbered correctly, or are they numbered incorrectly? Number pieces. Okay. It's called 1 squared, 1 cubed, 1 to the 4, 1 to the 5, 1 to the 6. What? That's a lot of what? Oh, I see. So, sure. How am I supposed to... What? 10, 13? What happened to 9? What happened to 11 and 12? Where's 15? Oh my gosh, he just skips a bunch. Oh my goodness, there's so many. That's not even a 0. That's an O. That's a letter O. This is supposed to be spelled a capital O. Wow. Yo, 108. There are so many pieces missing in between. And where could they be? Why did he name them like this? What's the significance of the numbers? So, if there's anything I know about John Cage, is that if he names a piece something, it probably means something a lot. 101 or 101, I guess that's supposed to be said, is a piece for an orchestra of 101 musicians. That's a lot of musicians, except not really, actually. Not these days. Conch shells to an electronically amplified version of 433. I said this before, but an electronic version of 433 sounds kind of dangerous because if you're amplifying the sound a bunch, if you get it wrong, if someone does so much as sneeze, the entire the entire building is collapsing from the sound. So you gotta be real careful. If anyone starts coughing, how's a coffin fit? If a baby starts crying in the middle of your silent performance of a non-silent piece, even though it's silence but amplified, but there's no silence, anyway, it'll just become a big feedback mess. Maybe it's just something you gotta listen to on your own. I could probably recreate it right now by just amping up the sound on my computer. Okay, where was I? You were playing this. Oh yeah, I wanted to add something on top. Let's have the flutes here play something kind of funny. I was suggested the whole tone scale. Let's give that a try. You are in A major, so I shall put you at least start in A major. And I want you guys to all play just a little quieter. Higher. Less runs. More skips. Better. Can you do S-chat impression? I don't know who S-chat is, but they sound really lame. I don't know why these flutes are so delayed from each other. It's kind of bothering me, but oh well. It'll have to do. Louder! Fortissimo! They're not even a land. Okay, I know that you guys are not playing in your good range, which is why you sound so stupid. That might be my fault, but who knows, really? Maybe we should have put you guys back in clarinets, so I can let the, you know, the flutes on which range this is good for. A chat impression? What was that even supposed to mean? You guys don't have a sound. You guys are just text on my computer screen. I haven't heard y'all speak, probably because I haven't invited you on here. Clarinet be a little quieter, please. I know clarinet's quite good at playing these quieter notes, the quieter. The clarinets kind of fill in. I don't want it to be just bassoon, but I want it to be mostly bassoon. Get rid of this. Let the bassoon continue playing its melody. Just keep my friends, keep on trucking along this way. Keep on descending. There you go. What's a trend meme we think you should bring back? MLG compilations. Can we bring those back? Not because they were any good. I just like them. I think they're fun. We had C sharp here. That's not correct. good. I like this. A little louder, please. Try. I don't know why you decided to be so loud this time, my flouty friends. Shut up. Shut up. Which one are you going to hate on today? I hate the bass flute, even though I'm writing for it, because it's not cooperating with me. Put this weird run here a little bit earlier, please. Try this. I don't like that quite as much. I don't think I even like the staccato part. Let's write something else. Try this. Dang it. These instruments don't go any lower. Oh, I'm very saddened by this news. Go up instead then. Go. Weird quintal part that I came up with on the fly. Try this. Okay, if you would play, that would be helpful. Next YouTube milestone, 2,000 subscribers, I guess. Although it's not really anything I'm like aiming for. If I really wanted subscribers, I would be posting lots and lots of clips of me saying random stuff. Perhaps some more videos about how much I hate Mozart and Beethoven and Bach and all of them, so I can get the engagement. But I just care about writing music, so that's why we're here. Eliminate just this guy. No sustained notes. Just nice and short ones. Not staccato, but... 40 hours of Shirgi meowing. I'm not even that good at meowing. I'd have to practice first. F sharp, D. No, don't do that. Okay. Can you bark? Well, like a tree? No. Okay, I think that this part... try staccato here. No, I prefer to do legato here. Go, random nonsense. F sharp, D here works. D, G, E sharp, G, oh, that's G sharp. G sharp. There should be no E sharp. There should be just E natural. E natural. How long is the delay from YouTube chat? As long as it takes for it to appear up on the stream up in the corner there. Over here. Is, I guess you can't see my selection bar. Chat appears right here, right? So I guess however long it takes for it to appear there is when it appears on screen for me, so. B flats, A flat, G flats, A flats, G flats, E is correct. Sure, C sharp is fine. Right here. C natural, go. Could you talk smack about a composer for the next 5 minutes? I don't think I actually hate a composer that much to do that. I don't really dislike any of them. Except for, well, I don't really dislike any of them on musical terms. There are definitely composers deserve to be spat on, but not necessarily because of their music. I can't really think of a composer that I actively dislike their music. Who do I hate? I hate Beethoven. You know why? First of all, what kind of a name is Beethoven? That word has so many letters that just aren't pronounced correctly. Because English is the only language you need to speak. Therefore, just spell it in a way that makes sense. Do it! Why do you have such a strange name? Ludwig von? What kind of... That's not even how you even say von. It's supposed to be van. Like the shoes. Duh. Didn't Beethoven ever go to school? Isn't he supposed to be a genius? Take that, Beethoven. If only Beethoven were English. Oh, but no, he just had to be in Bonn, Germany. I don't know why I went like accidentally racist there. It's not exactly what I meant to do. I was gonna like talk a little bit more about his music or whatever, but I wanted to make fun of his name, and that just happened. Or xenophobic than racist, but yes, you know, I don't think I need to make a distinction. I could have made fun of him for doing endless 5-1s. That's true, but I don't really care about that. Talk more about him. It's not like they're gonna cancel you for making fun of someone who's dead. Alright, you know Beethoven, he wrote for such a big orchestra because his ears weren't good enough. He couldn't even hear all the instruments he was writing for. He just had to make everyone else around him deaf, and he made himself deaf by writing for all those instruments. He thought he could be such a show-off by writing all those really hard piano pieces, but I know you, Beethoven. You just are sad that you can't hear the music, so you need to bang on your piano more because you're so angry. And being angry is cringe. Take that. I actually can't really think of a lot of things that I think are bad about Beethoven. G sharp is correct. Oh, you're also writing for one big orchestra? Well, yeah, I also write a bunch of 5-1s. Unfortunately, a lot of what I do is based on the work of Beethoven, even if indirectly. Make fun of Brahms, broke out cocked by Schumann, what a loser. I don't even know. I think Brahms... I don't even think that was it. I think he's just a chaser for the wrong kind of people. chooses the wrong kind of G strings. You know, I would laugh, but I don't even want to think about Clara Schumann in such a getup, so I'm gonna choose to ignore that. C sharp, E sharp. Go, random whole tone nonsense. Try. Louder, please. Try moving it chromatically downwards. How did you build your VTuber thing? Oh, okay, so I drew it and then I put it into this program called Live 2D. And voila, I'm an anime girl. Pretty cool, right? I know there are some steps in between, but that's what YouTube videos are for. Try alto flute here. Bass flutes. Sounds like a weeb thing. You have no idea. I want to hear you in xylophone, please. Go, random whole tone melody. The whole point of this is that it's supposed to sound like something completely unrelated is going on inside of your mind, but instead, because it's following the same rhythm, it's not really getting that point across. And I think in order to really sell this, I'm gonna have to write in some weird, like completely polyrhythmic nonsense here, and not because I think it sounds cool, but because I want it to sound actually like confusion. I recommend any pieces for us to listen to aside from yours. If you must know, my favorite classical music piece of all time, I've talked about this before, is The Firebird by Stravinsky. It's my favorite of all time. I think it's just magical. Listen to the original version, 1910, 1911 version. That's my favorite one. Aside from that, anything that I think you really need to listen to, I would give the Goldberg Variations a listen by Bach. It's the only theme and variations piece Bach ever wrote, by the way, was the Goldbergs. And the reason that was the only one he ever wrote is because he thought theme and variations was boring. Theme and variations is too easy for Bach. Can you imagine? That's why he wrote like a whole bunch of fugues and stuff. I think the art of fugue, although I considered saying that instead, I think it might be a little bit too difficult to digest if you don't really know a whole lot about counterpoint, or you don't really like the sound of counterpoint. I know some people don't. They prefer simplicity, or they prefer like big melody instead. I know Goldberg Variations also has a ton of counterpoint, but it's less involved than the art of fugue. It's easier to listen for the melody. I think the Nutcracker Suite is a must-listen. You've probably already heard it 1,000 times, but it's beautiful. I love Tchaikovsky. Probably one of the only romantic composers that I can bear to sit through, because his music doesn't get super boring. And I think all of you should take a listen to John Cage's 0 minutes and 0 seconds. It won't take you very long to listen to, but trust me, it's revolutionary. Your heart will grow 3 sizes. Okay, so the melody starts here. I'm going to break you up into groups of 3. Palestrina was everything Bach dreamed of being. That's actually so true. I just think Bach was pretty good at melody. Maybe just a little bit more lyrical. And also, Bach has some great masses, and that are probably much more performed than Palestrino, unfortunately. Right. Melody. Since you're an A major, let's put you in C major. Why not? C major. C major melody, go. And I'll do something similar over here. So don't do whole tone scale, instead just play in 2 different keys. Or maybe actually, what if I have this going on but I have the same melody from before playing? Actually, I'm gonna get going, have a good rest of your night. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. I think people should listen to some minimalism at least once, even if they hate it. Oh, I have no problem with being open-minded. Of course, I only know that I don't like minimalism because I expose myself to it. And I think, of course, there's value in having minimalist pieces of art. It's just that I think maybe my mood is never quite right for it. Something like that, maybe. Because I know that there is definitely a time and place where you just want, or not want maybe, but where you can appreciate space and emptiness more than you can actual stuff. It's just that maybe I'm just not really in the mood for that most of the time, or it's just not part of my aesthetics. But either way, I do know, because I have heard some more minimalist pieces, that it might be exactly what you need. But oftentimes, if I open Spotify to listen to some music, it's probably because I want to hear sounds. I don't really spend a whole lot of time just sitting down and listening to new music, unless I'm like actively falling asleep and need something to listen to. So anyway, where's that melody? I want this one. I'm just gonna copy it and put it over here, but I'm gonna rework it so that the what is it called? The I have no idea. Anyway, just go in a different key here. You're not actually gonna play. You're just my guideline. So my friend, you get the honor of playing the legendary sextuple P, which, by the way, for some reason I'm still able to hear. So actually, you just get to play Niente. It's not listed here. Shut up. I think this would be an excellent silent piece, is that I just have an entire piece written, but they all play at this dynamic N. So all they just mimic the sound of playing, but they don't actually play it. They just mimic it. And you can just hear the clatter of keys on the keyed instruments. And then like you have the pianist like just like hit their fingers against the keys but never quite press them. I think that could be fun. And if I hear a single pitch note come out of them, I'll be so angry and they're not playing my piece correctly. go. Completely unrelated melody. Completely unrelated meter. Go. Try this. That doesn't really sell the effect that I'm going for, and I think it's because it's a little bit too slow. We'll get some pitch because pressing the key will resonate with the body. You could probably get the clarinetist maybe like shove like a little towel, like a small towel in there, so that it like deadens any resonance that the clarinet might have. I mean, I guess if the goal is to get no pitch, if you still want that pitch, I guess that you could keep it ringing. But like if you want to deaden the pitch, I bet you could just shove a few towels in there and like a tiny one, and you could get rid of the sound. What would an entire orchestra of just key clicking sound like? Would it be very noisy, or would you barely be able to hear it at all because of my good friend, the inverse square law? Not sure if you'd be able to hear it very well. And the inverse square law is my friend. Maybe in flute you're just a little too funky. Put you back in glockenspiel and report back to me on that. You're a little too resonant. Put you back on the xylophone. The xylophone is less resonant. Good. I think it has to still fall on the beats, but just a little bit less predictable as to when. Something about putting it on none of the beats just sounds very dissatisfying in a way that isn't... It's not good. Like, even though I'm still writing this to sound kind of strange and random, I don't want it to be unsatisfying, which I think is the worst part, is when it's unsatisfying but not like in a good way. So put you back here on alto flutes, on which you shall play the honorary niente, or whatever Z is. Z. What else is there? S. What else can you play? R? What is R? Okay. Fighting notes can sometimes make a very small pitch sound. I think percussion would be the hardest to get no sound from. Well, looks like we're just gonna need more towels. Stuff them with even more towels. Sforzando pianissimo. Sforzato. Sforzando. Fortissimo. And all of these guys. That's so many issimos. What if I just have you follow the melody because I'm so nice? No, that doesn't quite work, I think, because... Or at least following the original melody, it doesn't quite work because the chord progressions are so different. But I can kind of maybe retrofit them. I kind of really want to hear this hypothetical piece. Why don't you make it real? You have MuseScore. Just right for your instruments. And you can just take maybe one of your existing pieces and just make it silent and listen to all the, well, I guess MuseScore won't play all the key clacks if you make them play all niente, but your orchestra will make a bunch of key clacks. I'm trying to imagine what it would sound like. Because they would all be playing in unison, like all the key clacks would be happening in unison. I'm not sure how you'd get the violins to play nothing. I guess you can mute the strings, kind of like how you mute the strings on a guitar just by like holding the strings, but not like fretting them, just like holding them to deaden all the resonating. You could do that, I guess. I feel like that would still make a sound, like a screechy sound, but probably not like a bad screechy sound like nails on a chalkboard. Probably just like normal screechy sounds. The real orchestra I have. What do you want from me? I ain't got a real orchestra either. I identified the problem. You guys are playing a 5 chord here. No wonder you sound so odd. Struggling to stay awake for this one. Yeah, because there are no overly loud sounds happening. And also, I was kind of already sleepy before this, but I gotta get some work done, so that's what I shall do. The chord progression here is... I can only describe as maybe 2, 2, 5, so I would have to edit the melody to go like... Try again on your own. Okay, and you move to D minor. Stay on the same note here. You move to D minor 4. I would guess here, what do you want to play? I have this G and C sharp, and I have this E, G, C sharp. The key of A, is that what, A major? I don't think so, but I'm gonna say that just for simplicity. And then you move to, what is this? Probably back to E major. Go, try this. No, that's not quite correct, because this note repeats. And then you go to D. Try again. Pieces for wind ensemble concert band. I have not. I have not written for any concert band. Don't have much experience listening to it either, so I don't really know the first thing about writing for it. Try this. Shorter. I don't really like that sequence that much. Shorter notes here. And then kind of continue what you had going on over here. Actually, no, repeat the B theme. Or not the B theme, but the second part of that. Okay. you and glockenspiel together. Okay. I'm not quite liking this. And I'm trying to identify what I don't like. I think it's because I'm really trying to superimpose this melody on top and it's just not working. I really wanted this to be like a theme. It would have to have the same chord progression or a very similar one, which it just doesn't. It's just not built for it. Which is why I think I'm getting a little upset over this, that I can't make this work correctly. Think of euphonium. It's fine. I haven't written a whole lot for it, but I find it more useful than the tuba. Sometimes. Kinda doesn't have... I wish it... In a way, I kind of wish it was more like a horn, where it could play very loud but still keep that mellow tone, and it does. Sometimes I just think it's a little bit too mellow, though. But otherwise, I mean, the euphonium is just a tenor tuba. More useful than tuba? Yeah. That's what I think of it. You are, what, E major, so... alto flute and English horn. You'll notice that I've used both of those pretty extensively here. If it would load, thank you. Over here is alto flutes. I don't know what this plus means. What does this mean? What? Oh, it hides it. I don't want to do that. All of these are alto flutes. There's a lot of alto flute parts. There's dedicated alto flute and English horn here. English horn is basically just being used to reach all those notes that the oboe can't. but also I guess it gets some solos sometimes. Yeah, I have both of them here. We have 4 flutes total, and then 2 oboes, if I count the English horn as an oboe. So that's what we're working with. And what about bass flute? Why? Well, because I wanted a flute that was lower than the alto flute. I can't really make it much clearer than that. Your E major. Okay, and you copy paste over here. Tuba is really good for blowing wind through. Thing is an awesome resonant chamber. Oh yeah, if I want those nice juicy bass notes, then yes, that's what the tuba is good at. Writing it nice melody though, I just haven't found a place where I would prefer the tuba over like a contrabass or a cello. I'm sorry, I just haven't found one. It's just the kind of music I write though, so I very much like the contrabass playing melody, not really so much the tuba. But the euphonium I think is a much better melody instrument. Gotta go do dishes. That sounds like something you should have done a long time ago, dum dum. Okay, I forgot that you're supposed to be this weird tremolo part that I added here. It's supposed to be playing the bass notes. A pianist, right? I was. Yeah. Copy this. Okay. Oh, wait. Just saying blowing wind, not going bois on the horn. Cool. You play E. Get out of here, alto flutes. And come back here, alto flutes. You play. Do you ever use pitched percussion? Not really. This is the first piece that I've used a lot of pitch percussion. I use glockenspiel, but like kind of only a little bit to accentuate the melody. Here, the percussion, there's a lot more percussion going on. I got timpani, glockenspiel, xylophone, chimes, and I guess celesta, if that counts as a percussion instrument. So I have a lot more percussions going on this time. But in my earlier pieces, no. This is the first piece I have that is using like more. This is like my experiment piece. And this one I'm trying new harmony things, trying new instruments, trying just a whole lot of new things, just for funsies. And I think this could be faster. I set it to like 50 BPM. I don't want it to be like grueling. Play any woodwind instruments? No. For some reason I was like expecting something here, but I'm not quite sure what. Like some kind of chord, it feels like I was expecting there, even though I'm not quite sure what that would be. You know what? Percussion, it's your turn. Do something. Just play like, oh my gosh. You're still super loud from when you were doing other stuff. Just for now, play some very simple chords, please. Now that I have another melody going on, I want you to double with the bassoon, please. Not like the double bassoon, but double with the bassoon. Oh my gosh. You xylophone dum-dum. The tempo blocks are gonna, or sorry, the wood blocks, very different than tempo blocks. They're gonna have to be a little bit louder. Pause. Pause. Temple and wood blocks are basically the same. That's what I thought, but for some reason in MuseScore there's a distinction between the two. Like there's a tempo block instrument, and there's a tempo block patch, and then there's a woodblock instrument and the woodblock patch, so it would lead me to believe they're two different things, but I also thought that they were the same thing, but not to MuseScore, which is very strange. Oboe, go! I prefer you in oboe, you sound much better. I'll just write here legato. Good. You're a little louder, please. Let's have those random sounding triangle hits also here. I forgot to include them. I know, triangle, you're feeling left out. And instead I want vibra slap here. Go slap it. There you go. Vibra slap has actually been getting a lot of usage in this piece. First I added it in kind of as a joke, but now it's getting so much time. Okay. Yoink. Hold on, just because of the weirdness of this patch, I'm gonna add a silent piano there. There you go. Go! Triangle. Okay, can you go on horn instead? Maybe not so loud. Or maybe tuba. Go, tuba! I don't quite like that. Let me check this. Okay. Maybe try you on some staccato contrabass. Try here pizzicato instead. Pizzicato. No, it sounded much better in bassoon instead. Oh, bassoon. Although, nah, I had already tried in bass clarinet and I didn't quite like it, so I guess no use in trying again. Okay. How much does this part last? It lasts a whole minute. I think that might be a little overbearing. Not much happens here. I think more stuff needs to happen here in order for it to justify being a whole minute long. I think there needs to be some sound effects, you know? Maybe something like chitter chatter. What instrument sounds like people talking? I don't really think that's any of them. Unless I could just actually have the orchestra like check their phones and start calling their parents. That would be crazy. Maybe like... Go back here. Where you start this very goofy section off. A little bit slower, please. Thank you. Just the teensy bits. Scroll, scroll, scroll. Good. I want this first part to be a little bit empty. I like that, but in the next part it needs to become more interesting. Silence. Here, maybe something needs to play. This xylophone and like parallel fourths sounds kind of cool. Oh my goodness, so there's some siren-y sirens out there. Try this. And then I want quarter rest there. Go. Or actually, wait. Go. Good. I like that goofy xylophone there. Okay, hold on. Again, one more time. Zala, you can put up to 4 notes at the same time without any trouble. 4 notes! That's so many fingers that the xylophonists have. 4 fingers. That's crazy. I don't really know what other notes I would put here. I could put whole chords here. That might be fun. Just... Did you play like a cluster here? This might sound very strange, but I just want to hear it. Go! More xylophone notes. Of course, the C here sounds very out of place. I think... Try this. Better? And copy this. Okay. No longer need this. Good. Okay. I want the xylophone to keep playing its goofy little thing. So, put this little part that I wrote here in the celesta, please. You're like a... For some reason you sound kind of like a xylophone if it had more resonance, so... Go, play your little jig. Less notes, please. Just play the same thing the whole time. Again, the whole point of this part here is that it's supposed to sound very empty-minded, so I'll have my xylophone friend tagging along here. Other than that, any other like music sound effects that I want to add here? I don't know. I already added the triangle here to do some stuff. Good. I feel like that's as long as it's gonna as it can last before it starts to get really annoying. Just like two phrases of this, 12 bars. Any more than this, I think it starts to really overstay its welcome. So I really gotta use this part effectively, I think, to really get my point across. And what is my point? I want my point here to be... let me think. What else can I add? What else do I want to add? I want chimes somewhere. Good. I want the silence there at least. I want chimes here. Play here. Oh my gosh, you're so loud. What's the highest chime that there is that we have here? Oh, it's E. Or, sorry, F. There's no F sharp. Okay. This is gonna sound so dumb. Go! I want you to play 10 times. Notice that this is also an A major. This is a key you gravitate to using. No, the trick is that it's the same piece. That's the trick. It's the only trick. Let's see. A. I think E is a common tone here. I can get away with using A. I like the high chime better. A little quieter, please. Good. Man, adding just a bunch of random percussion in is really has really helped this become a lot less boring. But what else should there be? Man, I could really go for a Reese's peanut butter cup right now. Key that I gravitate to using though is A flat major, because it's my favorite key. So if I were to gravitate to one, it was that. I've written a lot of pieces in A flat major and then transposed them to a different key, either because I wanted to reach some notes on some instruments that I couldn't quite reach in A flat major, or because I just wanted it to be different than A flat major. And I'm like, you know what? I feel like the woodwinds have had enough of playing 4 flats. Let's give them like 2 flats or something, or 1 flat, or a sharp. But 4 flats, I think that's the most amount of flats you can get away with, and or sharps you can get away with before people start to give you looks. Like 4 is like, okay, 4 is fine, right? That's what, A flat major and E major. Those are okay keys. But any more than that, it starts to get kind of weird. So, like D flat major, what the heck, man? And what's the one that comes after? What did I just say? E major? B major? Yeah, B major, because it's the circle of fifths, which I have right here. E, B. E, then B, which is also 7 flats if you write for C flat major. If you write for C flat major, I'm so proud of you, and also extremely disappointed, because I think that's perfect. Has anyone written for like C sharp flat major, which is just C major, but all of the the key signature is just a sharp immediately followed by a flat, so it cancels? That'd be so awesome. Okay, what else do I want to add here? I have some nice xylophone parts. I have the chimes here playing. I have xylophone and celesta, which I can't really hear the celesta, so actually I'm going to put you in the glockenspiel instead. I changed my mind, you're a little too high. Back in the celesta you go. Okay. Timpani, tuba. Let me think about this. It needs to lead into the next section. What's the next section gonna be? I need to think about that. Right here, it's supposed to be kind of languid, lazy, clumsy sounding. I think if I wanted to sound more clumsy, I'm gonna have to like randomly remove some notes, like an airhead. Sound very airheaded. Here I can kind of have a melody, right? That's fine. Just some silence here, please. Like this. Go. And have a quarter rest here, please. I just want like a very awkward silence here. I want you to keep this wonderful tremolo, but only play on the second part here. Okay, like that. Good. A little more sparse here. It's just a single, not glockenspiel, xylophone hits. Good. I like that much better. Okay. This runs from what? 7:29 to 8:31. That's a whole minute of goofy. Just for fun, I'm gonna boost you up to 60 BPM. I kind of like this brisk tempo. I want Glockenspiel here to play something. You are F sharp minor, so play here. I want like a phone ringing kind of sound, but also quiet. Maybe you guys need to play like a minor third. You guys don't play very fast, weirdly. Play here again. I don't like that. I changed my mind. Again, I like this brisk tempo, just a little bit slower, please. Just a teensy bit. Go like 57 BPM, minus 3 BPM. So, the true larghetto. 57 is pretty larghetto. 60 is becoming adagio territory. I mean, larghetto is actually kind of broad in its scope of what tempo it could be. Can you double with a trombone, please? Try this. Or actually, no, double with the bass trombone. I'm curious what that sounds like. Oh, you're so loud though. Shut up. Quieter. I think somewhere in the middle here has got to be some more drony notes. So, melody starts here. Like this. There you go. Just write some pretty close harmony here. I just like that. Get out of here. Instead, just keep what we had going on. What would this melody sound like an English horn? Worse, unsurprisingly. It's not quite as bright and bubbly as I would like. Bright and bubbly, huh? Can I have like a like a glockenspiel glissando? It sounds so dumb. I just want to hear it though. What does that even sound like? Will MuseScore allow me to do it? Please tell me that it will. Can you even do chromatic with the glockenspiel? I mean, you can, but can you do a chromatic glissando, I assume? Portabento! Sure. Can you do a white keys one? I imagine based on the what's it called? The construction of the glockenspiel. Yeah, orchestral, right? Yeah, it's shaped like this. So I think with these being the white keys, it'd be much easier to just do it on that. So I'm gonna set this one to white keys style. That sounds so stupid, and I love it. It's perfect. It's exactly what I wanted. Can you play with softer mallets, please? Thank you. Is the wrong notes. Are you even being heard? Play the notes! Oh, you are. You're just really quiet. Probably because I made you play quietly, because I'm an idiot. Okay. A bell tree may be a good option as well, but I don't know if MuseScore has one. I know MuseScore added handbells recently, but they also have the crotales, which aren't really the same, but okay. So we can continue this theme. It just has to be a little bit less. It needs to exit the goofy stage, and it needs to enter something a bit more mature sounding, I think. Maybe we can forgo this bass line here, and we can focus on writing this melody to be a bit nicer. I hate playing crotales IRL. Why? Are they difficult to play? Or do people just write difficult parts for them? I mean, that's a lot. The sound is just so harsh when you're point blank. Oh, when you're like right next to them? I can see that. They do look... Actually, it feels kind of weird looking at them like this, because I don't see crotales very much in orchestral... What? Intonation? What? No, I want the cymbals. Cymbals. They also look like they'd hurt to play if you're just using your fingers, but I guess that's what mallets are for. and sticks. They do look like you can just make them at home. Like if you have like a workshop, you can just put a bunch of cymbals together. Maybe like if you shape the cymbals differently, they'd have different sound qualities too. Here, I know they're like cymbals, but here I was thinking like, you know, like tiny like ride cymbals. These are actually just like discs, like these are like thick discs. These are thicker than I thought. They look like they hurt if you put your nail on them. And do you have a weird overtone thing going on where every note sounds dissonance? Nice. Maybe that's exactly what I want though. Dissonances all the way. That's probably why composers opt to use the glockenspiel over the crotales though. Or as we call them down here in Texas, the crowtails. Okay. Am I? What is this building up to? Maybe in like the latter half here, it needs to start getting some more accompaniment. So maybe like brass can start joining in. So good empty space. Play this note a little longer. And then harmony starts here. Horn, go! Or whoopsies. What? Whoa! Don't do that. Horns start. Here you're playing E major. Whoopsies, sorry. I smacked the mic. Bass trombone is having a melody part. Probably the only melody that the bass trombone has gotten this whole time. And it's not even a solo, it's playing with the bassoon. Okay, whatever. I want you guys to play low notes. Play quietly. Okay, music score, stop lagging, please. Horn or trombone. I'll just try both. And trombone here. Wait. See, this... I was thinking here maybe I could insert a part from a little piece I wrote before, but like in the context of like the plot line, quote unquote, that's going on here, it wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense. Or if I could probably shoehorn in... I might have to do some reorchestrating of it, but before I do that, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so I'll see you in a little bit. I'm back. Usually my best ideas seem to come to me when I, having written a bunch of music, I get up and wash my face, take a few steps around, and generally just see if anything comes to mind now that I'm out of the computer, which sometimes works and sometimes doesn't, but I decided to give it a try, and I have some ideas. But let's get back to this. So now that we have this like more playful part here, I think what really needs to happen is that it needs to end a little bit dramatically, just to come back to the general feel of the piece as a whole. Or maybe like it should like crossfade into another thing is also an idea I had, which is kind of a strange thing to think about in terms of orchestral music as a crossfade. I don't know if it would quite work the way I want it to, but I could try it. But it would also be kind of dissatisfying, so I don't know if I'd want that. Anyway, now that I added this brass part in, hold on. Very important that I add this. I regret that. It doesn't work. Okay. Let me pull up an old project of mine that I haven't worked on in a little bit, which started this entire project, but I haven't gone back to it in a while, and I don't quite remember what it was called, because I'm really bad at giving things good names. It's probably in these. You know what? Let's just start opening stuff and it ain't right. And then we'll come back to it. Is it you? Please be you. I should remember these things. Even if I give them descriptive titles, I bet that wouldn't be enough for me to figure it out. It is not this. I can immediately tell from the orchestration. Is it you? Are you the one? No. Are you the one? Yes, you are it. Okay. This part here with the undulating chords that I wrote a very long time ago. It's not a very long time ago. I wrote this. That's not it. File, project properties. I wrote this on September 20th, so not even a month ago is when I started writing this. Probably slightly earlier than that, because this might be a copy of a project. But anyway, this here is what these brass chords reminded me I could probably try moving into, but I don't think it would quite work, but I'd be curious to try. This part here I wrote a long time ago. It's like the same tempo, right? Well, this is 57, this is 59. Oh, whoopsies. Oh, wrong project. Here. You go here. And you are in what key? You're in G major. You're in A major. Again, it wouldn't really quite follow, but I feel like I could bridge the two here. Let me raise you up just one single key to A major. Add a sharp there, or two. Okay. Maybe I should have just added that here. Oh my gosh, I forgot about you. Like, instead of this whole part. Either this has to come before or after. Before it would sound like... Okay, and then if after... Don't mind me playing this scenario in my mind. After would sound like... I think it should go before. So I'm gonna add in some measures here. Add measures, insert before selection. Add like 50. It's definitely not 50. Just add them to have them. There you go. Oh, so much scrolly. Okay. Now, if I take what I wrote here and put it back into for you, I only have 2 horns because I'm a nerd. You guys go do the old switcheroo here. You both go in a different instrument. Go in oboes. Go in flutes. Actually, well, I don't know. The bass clarinet playing this high makes me a little bit uncomfortable, although it's certainly possible, but it probably doesn't sound very good at all. Do again the old switcheroo with y'all. That's better. Strange, but it's better, which is all that I could really ask for. Okay. And there's a final note remaining here, apparently, that I missed. I put that in bassoon. Which is these chords, and then y'all stay in flutes. Y'all go to the other flutes, which I have here. Good. And you guys have this A here that's droning. Play you in a tuba, please. But like a quiet one. I need you to be more Yumaniki-like. Probably needs more celesta. Can you take all of these notes and collapse them, please? Implode all of them. Implode. Look at all those beautiful notes. Implode again. There you go. There's your chord, which I think is actually voiced incorrectly. I think it was supposed to be like... I'm gonna switch the voices around. I think it's supposed to be like... Where's the... No. Oh, it's like a puzzle. Oh my gosh. How were you before? You were definitely not like this. No. Well, your original quartal form would have been like... something similar. Whoopsies. Okay, whatever. What matters is that this is how it sounds. No need for the tenutos. Let's start with the bass notes. Where are you, celesta? B. Is that correct? No, it's not. G sharp, not A. That's correct. Glissando, please. Go. I could have a harp play these notes, but I'm not sure if it would like it that much. It is kind of built for the celeste to play. Can you play an octave lower, please? Ah, you're much better an octave lower. Okay. Can all other instruments kind of chill out so the celeste can kind of take over here? Piano. Unsurprisingly, these clarinets are very easily heard. I need to put them in instruments that are softer, like... Well, you guys are barely softer at all, actually. Could you move down an octave? That doesn't sound good. Okay. A little quieter because there are 4 of you playing. Hotkeys to move sets of notes by intervals. Oh. Okay, well... Oh, hold on. If you select any notes, you can press arrow keys to move them up and down chromatically. You can press Shift-Alt and then the up and down arrow keys to move them diatonically. And you can press Control and arrow keys to move them by octaves. So those are the ones I use quite a lot. I think I need to rearrange these notes here. And try this. Good. I want the celeste to keep on playing. Louder. Oh, now you're kind of defeating the purpose of being such a wonderful instrument here. Tuba and contrabassoon here. How long you've been composing? Classical music, around 2 years. Contrabassoon is a bit too resonant. I can hear it a bit too well. Good. Nice. You can just be held. It's fine. Good. And now, according to my wonderful, hold on. Do I want more bass here? No, we're good. And then the next part here that I wrote goes down to the fourth. That's correct. Which is D. A, D. I'll just move you up here. The tuba should sound a bit easier here. And then now I want a nice contrabassoon note right here. Okay, it's a little too loud, although as much as I like Mr. Contrabassoon, you need to shush, 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 shush. And now we have these chords playing mostly in horns. It wasn't trumpet. Music composer in a different genre before. I messed around playing some electronic music, and I had been writing songs on my guitar. That's about it. It's nothing like using music theory or anything. When I started using music theory is when I would describe myself as writing classical music. So when I started using music theory to write music, that was around 2 years ago. Otherwise, everything before that was just me trying stuff out until it sounded good. And that was not using an orchestra or anything adjacent to that, mostly using synths and stuff. Maybe I should have saved the more brassy here. Move you guys here. Trombones go. Get rid of the tenuto. For only doing it for 2 years, I appreciate your kind words, but trust me, it's not that difficult. All you gotta do is read a couple books, try a couple things. Maybe it's just that I have a lot of free time. That might be it. If I surround the trumpets with trombones, they do sound kind of funny. Maybe I should surround the bassoons with trombones. The bassoons are kind of busy. It sounds kind of strange, but let's kind of humor this idea a little bit. Yoink. Started self-teaching in July. That's great. I just struggle to find the right books and resources. You can just go to the library. There's so many options to choose from. That's true. That's why I think when you're actually starting out, of course you need to know your fundamentals. You know, how you need to know your fundamentals of music before you go off on the deep end. Just know your fundamentals of orchestration, what instruments sound good in what ranges, and a general idea of what each instrument sounds like in each range. And then read the scores of your favorite composers. Very important step. If you don't do that, and you're just doomed to fail. Read the scores of your favorite composers and see what they did. I'm not very fond of the second here. Try do the old switcheroo here. Or maybe I should just keep you guys on trombones and trumpets. I want this part to be played by a horn. Just put you here for a sec. The low note, ironically, is not being played by the bass trombone. This is much more satisfying to listen to. That's much better. Switch, switch. So now you guys are all circling around the 6th chord, and you are playing a major 6th. This should sound very nice and very balanced. It's a little bit more resonant than the last chord, though. And we have some Divisi strings dotting along here that I wrote in. Yoink. Pianissimo, please. And the harp part. Harp. Where's harp? Harp is down here. Harp 1. Oh, I'm gonna have to do a pedal diagram for you. Please, my dear, play. Just flatten this. And do you need more sharps? F sharp. Do I need just put C sharp in here maybe for good measure? And I have 2 harps playing this part here. Can I have one of you be the echo of the other? This might be kind of weird, but try this. And you be quieter, much quieter. If I'm gonna do this, you need to like be way lower. Less clashing here. So get rid of the high notes so that you guys don't clash so much. Dink donk, dink donk, dink donk, dink donk, dink donk. There you go. Hello, hello. Oh, I missed one. There you go. Okay, and I want anything else here? Oh yeah, the glittery celesta that I wrote in. Go, glittery celesta. Do your glittery things. But like quietly. People have pointed out to me this just sounds like a Christmas story, and it really does. Okay, hold on. You guys didn't decrescendo, which is why you sounded so strange there. Delete these notes here. These trumpets make it kind of difficult to What's this? G sharp. That trumpet can play G sharp. This horn plays C. I want less trumpet here. Play E. You move. Hold on. I'm solving a puzzle right now of orchestration. You slide all the way up here to E, which is probably not going to be very good, but whatever, just do that. And then just so I can get rid of this stupid trumpet note that I really don't like. Go, xylophone, you try this. Or actually, no, chimes, you try this. But like this. Okay, that's just, whatever instrument I put these little arpeggios on, it's just gonna sound like a Christmas story. Oh well. It's just the thing I ended up writing. Oh well. Or try Glockenspiel here, because why not? I want a nice rolling timpani here, please. Maybe with less boom. Do soft mallet here. Oh, but also a tremolo. Okay. Try you and bass drum, my friend. Try this instead. I think this might sound better for you. Nice rolling bass drum. Try a rolling suspended cymbal. Okay, are you even playing? Hello? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness! Okay, it is playing. It's just, for some reason, MuseScore didn't recognize that as working. Tremolo, go! Where's my tremolo? Do you only tremolo the higher volumes? No, you're just not playing at all because you hate me. Okay, fine. Whatever. Do a tremolo chime, go! I'm just kidding. Do a... Just... Actually, don't do anything. Okay. And we'll go back to my project that I'm stealing from. Look at that pipe organ there that I didn't include in the project. This one sounds like this. Which includes these wonderful string parts. which I'm not actually quite sure I like that much in the strings. I'm back from the dishes. Welcome back, dishes. Divisi here. You don't need to play Divisi anymore. You can play these thirds. No, just keep playing Divisi. Not that it really matters. I don't want this part to get too stringy. So once again, the tuba is gonna reinforce these notes. More stuff happening. Repeat that. Delete all this text. Okay. Beautiful. Lots of repeated text. Let's go back to me. Who I am stealing from me. I also have Tam Tam here. This wonderful xylophone part here. I shall put in marimba, or not marimba, sorry, celesta. So, this guy's acting in place of the marimba that doesn't exist. Why can't I delete this dynamic? Thank you. I mean, it's close enough, really. That's a marimba if I've ever heard one. Do they make the celesta, but instead of glockenspiel, they make it for xylophone? It's got to. What would that even be called? A zolesta? I want more horn here. You can never have too much horn. This chord is a strange one. A, G, D, A, E. Let's see if I can create that chord again. Get over here, flutes. It's your turn to try out some wacky shenanigans that I came up with. Don't play A. The bass is already playing A. Play G. You play D. You play A. Good. I like that. Try that, or a little longer, please, my friend. You don't need to. You know what? Screw your flutes. You get to play for 4 measures. Okay, perfect. And take this melody here. We were on alto flute before. In bassoon you shall go. Try you in bass clarinet, please. You're so loud. Bow. Go back to double reed, please. Try this. Oboe, you try. Okay. Where do you normally get full scores to analyze when having trouble finding scores of modern composers? Ask your library. If they don't have a copy of a score for you, ask them to get it for you. That's why you pay them with your tax dollars for the library, so they can get you information. That's what libraries are for. They're a hub of information. Go ask them. If you're too afraid to, then I can't help you there. I guess you can also just buy the score online, but oh well. Libraries would do that for music scores. Bro, your librarian wants you to ask for help, okay? Trust me. And if not, then they're definitely just some teenager who's working there because they ain't got nothing better to do. If it's an actual librarian, they want to help you. My library is reopening on the 25th. I want to try and go to the grand reopening. That's so awesome. But library reopening? Anyway, what's this? What was I doing? I want here very double read harmony. This is what I want. Try this. Paste. Oh my gosh. Paste. Ooh, try... Oh, it's gonna be a little tricky, but try this. Okay. And you guys play this chord, which is just a normal D minor chord. Okay. Go, strings! Let me remind these strings here that you guys are playing at pianissimo, just for redundance. I want less string here. It's a little too much string. Just a normal amount of string. D, 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 A. No F here. Get rid of F. Like this, good. And then I want this wonderful celeste part here. Lots of celeste going on in this part. Let's see. You keep playing mezzo piano. Octave lower, perhaps. No. I much preferred you up here in the uppers. And I actually want you to be slightly quieter, so go to piano, please. Okay. These bits here, you guys can go to the flutes like before. Complete the whole notes here. Okay. So this is the project that I was talking about before that I thought maybe would work here. I just kind of translated it over from this. So I shall close that, and it's probably causing my MuseScore to lag a ton. And now I want, I just want to hear this together. Oh my gosh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to start from the latter half of the measure. Oh well. Good. Good. Hold on. Okay, the tuba is playing, I just can't hear it. Even lower, please. Hello. Let's have tuba and bass trombone here. Although this is... That's a gap that I think does not need to exist. Try this so that the bass trombone has a little bit of leeway. I really don't like the sound of the trumpet here though. Like I really don't like it. Okay, instead of bass trombone, I guess we're just gonna have to sacrifice bass trombone. Just try contrabass instead. Good. Evening, Shirgi. Hello. Stop here at the fourth beats. Instead of being played on celesta, you play on harp. Lower. On 2 harps, please. I need a nice low bass. You think I could get away with asking the tuba to play this low? I'm not sure. Play louder. Forte. That sounds so wacky. You know what? I bet I can get away with asking the tuba to play this. I would just need to ask really nicely. Go with a timpani roll too. Timpani tremolo. Yes, I like that rumble. Good. I would also like wood blocks here. Whoa, I have low wood block and low wood block. Very different. Medium low wood block. Can you just alternate between high and medium, please? I just want to hear what this sounds like. go. Finally, the wood blocks get to do stuff. Good. Once again, I need to correct the timpani doing weird stuff with its volume by adding a invisible pianissimo here because of view score reasons, not because of timpani reasons. I want a very, very light cymbal here. Not like what you just heard. Very lights. Okay, a little bit less light than that. I still want to hear it. Okay, that's good. How do I make this sound more evil? Probably somewhere in the middle here. It needs to sound more diminished. Or wait, bass trombone. Bass trombone, my friend. That's quite low. I need ocarina here. Just so many instruments. You know, here, instead of bassoons, trombones play this part. Trombones and trumpets, you can play this part. You can go back to D, just like I intended for you before, my friend. And then I'll have my contrabassoon friend play this wonderful low notes. But like louder, because you need to be heard over literally everyone. Or maybe everyone else is just too loud, which is also a possibility. I just wrote in everyone else way too loud. You guys stay at pianissimo. Trumpets need to become pianissimo. Strings all need to be triple P. Strings can play triple P easy. I should be fine. You guys stay at double P, please. Or maybe instead of cymbal here, I need like a chime hits. But like a quiet one, please. Okay, maybe a little bit louder than that. You know, when I write my instruments, that means I want to hear them. Okay, you moron. I don't want it to be that loud. I don't want it to be that loud either. You know, just play piano, whatever. Good enough. I think that the movement to this is also get rid of the scherzo here. Because you originally used to be in another place. Hold this note slightly longer, please. More time stretch. Scroll, 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 scroll. Up. Go, 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 go. All right. Be warned. 3, 2, 1. Maybe I need to have 2 fermatas. I don't know. Anything I think I need to change about this orchestration? Good trombone here. Can bassoon and oboe play together here, please? 2 octaves apart. One octave apart, please. Bassoon only, please. And just for consistency, bassoon play forte, as it should. Of course, like I said earlier, bassoon has a much weaker tone or volume, so gotta increase that. I want very, very weak triangle hit here. Nice and soft. Good. I do want there to be silence here. And I guess it should slow down a little bit, but I think it's already really slow enough. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, tempo, tempo, tempo. Retardando. I want just poco. Do like 90% retardando. I just want poco retardando. Just a tiny bit. Not enough that it's like super noticeable, just enough that it's not, the notes aren't so even, and that this last note is a little longer. Good. Okay, well, I added this part in because I wanted to put in this more lighthearted part in afterwards. I'm now a little bit dubious about if that would even work. Even though that was the plan from the beginning. And adding this little swing part in. And look at all these measures I haven't used. I'm going to add one more fermata here, just for me. But like, just play for as long as you want here. Just make it slow. But not so slow. They look like little eyes, like little froggy eyes. Oh, what the heck is happening here? Larghetto. Okay. I'm going to listen again from a little bit back, and then I want to make sure that these parts flow nicely together, and if they don't, I'll just cry about it because I don't feel like changing it right now. I'll lower the volume for you. You need to be much longer. These pauses need to be much, much longer. I think I underestimated how long I wanted you guys to be. But this first one can be slightly shorter. Make it like 180% time stretch. Good. Make sure you're nice and long, just the way I like it. Crash. Good. Almost feels like it's missing something though. Try this. Hold those trombone notes a little longer. Good, much better. Okay. I like this progression. It goes from like kind of happy to like something bad is gonna happen. So nice to see composing on my For You page. I think you lose a few points there for calling it a For You page, but I know the first thing that literally happened as you talked to me is that I made fun of you, but welcome to my channel. Samantron? What's a Samantron? Welcome here. What is it? Samantron. What is that? Oh my gosh. Sorry, I just noticed this guy's magnificent beard. The first thing I saw. Oh my goodness. It's like a nest. There's a pillow of brown on this dude's face. Wow. What is it? Toaka and Sulon. Percussion instrument used in Eastern Oriental Orthodox and Eastern Catholic monasteries to summon the monastics to prayer. I sure hope I pronounced that correctly. To prayer or at the start of a procession. It's also known as Samandron, Samanterium, Samantra, Xylon, and Talanto. Talanto. Okay. But what does it sound like? Also make him wood style. Hold on, I gotta figure out what a Samantron looks like. That sounds like a transformer. I wasn't expecting it to be like that. I guess Samantron is a very Greek-sounding word. Playing the instrument instantly gives you that insane beard. That's true, look at them and their beards. Nice. Are they, is it just like, hold on, let me pull this a bit in. What is it made of? They're like holding like wooden mallets, and it looks like they're just beating on some stone. Portable, larger, heavier, fixed timber block, and a fixed metal variety. Oh, so is it just like they make it out of whatever they have at the time? Because this one looks like it's just like a piece of stone or something. Or actually, no, this is wood. I think this is wood. Look at this guy's beard. That is magnificent. Anyway, yeah, it seems to be made of wood. Portable, wooden made. That is actually just the paddle. Let them get going. They go fast a lot of times. Sure. This one is wood. Yeah, I can see now. It's just that the brightness of this video made it look kind of gray. Oh, look at them go. Right, let's skip a little bit ahead. These guys play a lot. Anything can be a Samantron if you want to. Cave of the Apocalypse. What? That's a cool name for a cave. Is this like their shelter? Run on special days. Look at their magnificent beards. They got this from playing the Samantron. What is this? It's the Samantron of St. John the Evangelist. Amazing. Toaka Portabilla. Maybe go to a solo performance. I feel like I know what a Samantron sounds like. Modern period use by country. Modern composers. James Wood. Hi, James Wood. You write for Samantron? Sorry, I was just caught by the irony of his Wayne. I was caught by the irony of his Wayne and his name. James Wood writing for the wooden block that you beat with a bunch of mallets. This guy looks like he's playing on, like, this is what I expected. This dude with the best beard I've ever seen in my life, playing with some mallets and on these metal-looking sheets. They're not really sheets. They're like blocks, I guess. But yeah, here's a fixed wooden Samantron. There's a portable one. And there's a metal one, which has an inscription on it, but I think they beat it so many times that you can't read it no more. Don't they know to avoid the text? James Wood definitely never played it himself. He was completely beardless. True. So he hasn't played the Samantron, you can tell because of his lack of facial hair. What about Yanis Xenakis? What a name. Oh no, no beard either. What about Michael Gordon? Is it Mick Gordon? He has no beard either. None of these guys have beards! No! How can I even trust them to write for Samantron if they don't have the glorious beards? Fake Samantron composers. Okay. Backspace. There you go. I'm trying to imagine here what I want to happen. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Nothing weird happening. Don't worry. I want something to happen here. But first, let's add a breath mark. Breathe, in case you forget to breathe. How long shall this breath mark be? I'll just put it in this top one here. Take a breath. In case you forget to breathe, 2 seconds long breath. You, I marked you as Larghetto. What kind of descriptor do I want here for Larghetto? A Larghetto... Larghetto spaghetto. Okay, I don't have anything for Larghetto. You just go back to Larghetto here, but like faster and better. I want to call you Jokoso, or not even that. And I just like, see, I would write Scherzoso because it's like a playful part, but I don't even know if that's how you spell that. But like, Scherzoso I think implies like a fast pace, and this is not supposed to be fast paced. Why are you in swing? No swing. Stop swinging. I sound weirdly like Steel Pants here. Good. And you shall be slightly faster, please. I want here some harmony that immediately just ends. It's right here in pianissimo. That doesn't sound very good. Even slower, please. Okay. E, A, B minor, F, B, D. One woodblock hit here, please. I think like before, I want like a random length of pause time here. Where's my pause? Breath and pause. I want another pause. Like a very short... Do I need to write the breath mark for the entire orchestra? I think I actually do. It's like the fermata. Like, technically I need to write it for every single instruments, although I'm not happy about it. Not one bit happy about it, but it's okay, because I only have to change it for one of them. Look at all those apostrophes. And for simplicity, I'll just change the top guy. Just like a 1 second pause here. Can I have like a short pause before the triangle hit? Or okay, hold on. Let me let me look up the technicalities of our writing in these breath marks. Oh, how helpful. Grace rest. Oh. Okay, so I guess not. I mean, I've seen breath marks be used before to like stop the entire orchestra, which is why I'm using them like this, but okay, just use fermatas here, I guess, instead. I might be a little more clear. Is there a way for me to select all these breath marks that I added? Yeah, it is. Hold on. Can I yoink? And I want select all the breath marks, get rid of them, get rid of this last one. I should have gotten rid of all of them. Bitty gumdrops. Let's just use fermata here. Make my life easier. Again, I think you technically need to fermata every single instrument, which is annoying, but I mean, I guess it makes sense, but again, I'm not happy about it. There you go. Get rested. You know what? I'm not even gonna do it for these parts because chances are they're gonna be hidden in the score anyway because they're not playing anything in this parts. I'll just add it for these. I mean, the brass play later, so whatever. Yoink. Okay, that's a little unnecessarily long, I think. A little bit too long. I don't want it to be super long. I do want it to be uncomfortable, but not like too long. That's so awesome. Okay, hold on. Copy, select, paste. Dang it, doesn't paste for all of them. Okay, whatever, just do a pasty here. The mass pasting. Oh, I forgot to contribute this. Oh, there you go. All y'all here are getting the rest. Okay, you know what? Just out of fermata here. It doesn't really change that much. Fermata. Fermata here. Fermata here. Fermata here. Go. Good. Enough with the pauses here. You can just keep going. Okay. I want to hear this again. Nice and creepy. Nice. Very creepy. Halt. Oh, you've definitely got to be a much longer pause. You know, I guess I could just add an entire measure of fermata, I guess. Bleh, 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 bleh. What in tarnation is going on here? Oh, look how many instruments there are. Hold on, just select everything in this range. Go here. Right click, similar. Delete the breath mark. Okay. See, because of the tempo, this little pause here is just excruciatingly long. Okay, I think this flows kind of well. Like, it's like a non sequitur, but like you can tell that like the scene has changed. I think that I don't want it to just be complete silence in between though. I want there to be something else. And I don't know what that's gonna be. So I realized that throughout this entire piece, I probably should have been adding double bar lines. Sure. Where's my bar line? Double bar line, bang. I added one here. That's like the only one I added. I don't even know when exactly to add the double bar lines because the piece doesn't really have separate movements. It just kind of flows. So it's difficult for me to say where I think the double bar lines ought to go. Put one here. And I think that's good. Why are you swinging? Stop swinging it. No swing. Why are you swinging? Thank you. No swingy. Hello, hello. What is the deal with airline food? What goes in between here? What goes in between? Okay. Break out the triangle. Maybe it is time to break out the triangle again. Maybe it's time to break out the wood blocks. Or the vibroslap. I have so many new percussions here that I've never used. Bowed triangle. I wish I had a bowed triangle. I wish I had bowed everything. Bowed xylophone. Bowed vibroslap. Bowed timpani. Bowed horn. Bowed flute. I bet they'd all sound good bowed. Maybe the flute can be the bow. We just cover it in a bunch of rosin, like it's baking flour or something. Okay. Bowed horn is not that bad. I've done it with my junk trumpet. Don't tell trumpet players. Oh, what is a bowed horn even supposed to... Why am I even asking this question? I have the internet. Bowed horn. Bowed horn. Bowed horn. Bowed... That's just an actual bow. Bowed trumpet. Can you bow a trumpet? How do you bow a trumpet? Where do you even put the bow? Maybe I need to be more specific. Trumpet played with violin bow. This is gonna be the worst thing I've ever heard in my life. Bass with a bow. Well, this is a string instrument. That doesn't count. I'm not seeing anything about bowing a trumpet. Sad. No. I don't think anyone else does it. Well, you gotta post it so I can hear what it sounds like. It's very pertinent that we add this to the orchestra if it sounds good. So extremely pertinent. La, la, la. I just got in touch with Sony. Hatsune Miku is booked so she can't collab on this. Would Taito be okay? I don't know much about either of them, so I don't really mind. As long as they're funny and they're good at telling jokes. That's all I care about. A Vocaloid would go kind of crazy here. Thing. I haven't listened to any. I've listened to one Vocaloid song in my entire life, and it was it was a cover of Bohemian Rhapsody by Hatsune Miku, and that's it. So that's all I know about Vocaloid. Oh, and I also know that there was this one kid in my elementary school, and her name was Sia, and she claimed to be a witch, a real life witch, bona fide witch. Anytime you'd question her witchery, she would get mad at you because she was so convinced that she was a 100% witch, and she sent an email out to us because as we were kids we didn't have phones, right? But we had school like Google accounts because we'd like use computer labs for all that kind of stuff. So we had Google accounts and we sent each other emails. And I remember she sent us an email saying, I got Vocaloid, guys, I got Vocaloid. And we were all like, what's that? David Guetta's Titanium song. I don't know who that is. Titanium song that reminds me of like the Mario metal song that you get when you get the metal star. Bam, 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 bam. That's what I thought of. Anyway. Doing magic somewhere out there now. I remember she tried to convince us by like having ladybugs appear out of her hands. It was very convincing. I want xylophone. Is she a wolf girl? Probably, but not that I remember. Don't know Miku, don't know Titanium. No, I don't know any of those things. Have you played your classical music to animals? No. No animals have been cursed enough to hear my playing. Go! Go with Celesta here. I'd like to see their reactions. Mortified. Oh yeah, I forgot that Celesta plays an octave higher than written. I'm a real life fish actually, so she has played a One Piece album in the full stream. I mean, I haven't like performed for nobody that was an animal, so I guess there's that. Besides, you know, you guys watching this nonsense. Go. I want more dovetailing to happen here. You are E. More staccato, please. I'm not even sure how you staccato the Celesta and also have it not sustain the notes. Is there like a method for that? Because I imagine for the Celesta, because unless does the Celesta have like the dampeners? I thought it was just like a harpsichord where it like just presses it and then it just rings out, but I guess it must have dampeners. I don't know. Can you tell that I've played a Celesta before? Definitely. I'm so sad. I've only ever played piano, haven't played a harpsichord, haven't played a Celesta, haven't played any of those fun instruments. I haven't even tried playing a woodwind or brass instruments. Basically, I know nothing about playing instruments. I just kind of know the piano. I want here a harpeggio. Not that. I want like a nice and quiet part here. Diatonic, good. Good. I want something similar to happen over here, just a little bit later. Good. Good. Hold on. Go back to the harp diagrams. I want you to add, I know you guys are missing like a C or something, or you're missing G. Play G sharp here. Add a G sharp to both of you. Good. That's closer to what I want. There's got to be some other wackiness happening here. Let's add the piano here. Okay. I want the timpani to play a note here. But which notes? Who knows? Nice and soft, please, but with hard mallets. I can't exactly explain to you what I'm doing, but it needs to be done. Good, those are the notes I want. Play them like this, please. Why do you play them so slowly? Also, I think I'm not quite splitting the middle here. Oopsies. Why does it play like that? I don't understand. Can you pace with a double duration, please, my friend? Yoink. What in tarnation? I don't think that's quite what I wanted, given that I'm the composer and I know what I want. There you go. Okay. And I want you to repeat here. Good. One more repetition, please. And slightly quieter. Where are you? Dynamics. Pianissimo. I'm starting to think that maybe timpani isn't the right call here. But I do like the percussion. It just seems a little bit too weirdly out of place, but maybe that's good. The soft mallets doesn't sound so good though. The hard mallets definitely sound better. I want you to play with the xylophone, please, my chimey friends. Get chimed on. Play nice and quiet, please. Good. I think triangle needs to appear at this note here, which should be on the right here. Pretty please tell me I got this correct. Good. Okay. I like this bit more. Nice low G here with the tritone. There you go. Beautiful. Good. More arpeggio here. What's my technique for writing these weird arpeggios in? I have no idea. It's just based on vibes. Go! Random nonsense, go! Go. Why are you swinging? Stop swinging. Do I need to write straight for you? Do I need to make you straight? I didn't want to have to do this. But you're straight. Sad. I don't know. Did the swing apply everywhere else for some reason? Everything else better not have swung because of this. I'm just gonna put this straight here, just in case MuseScore decides to be weird. Hetero music, sad. Dang. Okay. Good. Good. To put the tempo marking back over here, my friend. Okay, not straight. Don't put straight over there. I already straightened y'all out. Scherzo goes here. It goes here. Just add a measure of silence here. I'm gonna need it. I don't really like how long the silence is, but it's not really a problem. I'm thinking here if there's anything else I want to add. Especially at this middle part here where there's just silence. There's gotta be something. Barboslap, your turn! Do something! But like, quietly, please. Slap it quietly. We don't want the neighbors to hear us slapping. Maybe a little bit earlier, please. Like this. Nah, it feels a little empty. Just go back to the way you was. Stop doing that. Okay. Why are you swinging? Why are you swinging? I thought I told you not to do that. Unbelievable. I even wrote right here for you. What if I just delete the swing and put it back? Will it fix itself? Maybe it's because I keep adding and removing measures. MuseScore's like, what the heck is going on? What are you asking of me? Try again. Better. It's gotta be faster. This is like excruciatingly slow. It's like, it feels a bit more like this obviously has been inspired by some kind of background music, but it's like, it's not background music now. Right now it's like in your face music, so it's gotta like pick up the pace. Okay, I'm curious, what does it sound like without the swing? Just to see what it sounds like without swing. It wasn't originally in swing, I just added the swing because I thought it'd be fun. Okay, I think the swing is fine. It just needs to be kind of a lazy swing. I don't want it to be like 60% swing. Can you be like even less, like a very, very lazy swing? You can write swing that is less than 50%, which I discovered. You can have like 40% swing, so the downbeats are shorter than the upbeats, which is so stupid, but... Good, I like that very, very lazy swing. I want you to be even slower though, but not as slow as you were before. It's like barely swing, but I kind of like that. It's just like, when is it gonna end? That kind of feeling. I think too many notes are playing here. Better. You don't need the cellist helping you out here. You have the bass trombone helping you. I forgot I added the glockenspiel parts. And then I added these guys here, anticipating something. I guess I could like expand this to be a bigger thing, but it would need to stop the goofy melody parts. is see, I'm so tempted to add tuba, but I think tuba might be too goofy. I don't want it to be that goofy. In fact, I think it's a little bit too goofy right now. I mean, as much as I like it, I think it's a little too goofy. I think it might be better if we move these glockenspiel parts to harp instead. I like that it sounds clumsy. I don't want it to sound childish. I think there's a distinction to be made there. I think it sounds a little too childish, but I still want it to sound clumsy. Maybe put you in Cholesta instead. Play your Cholesta with your mallets. Could you not play chromatically, please? Not what I want. Just play on the white keys, please. I actually don't know what the Cholesta's keys look like. An alphorn. What's an alphorn? Actually, I feel like I'll know what it is when I see it, but it's... Oh, yep, that's what it is. I knew that name was familiar. Look at these things. They're like beautiful golf clubs. It looks like they're about to shoot like slime out of them. That's so awesome. Wow. How do you even move these guys around? They're so long. Do they like... Oh, they split apart. Okay, you know what? That makes... Oh my gosh! There are so many horns. Oh, dang, they're gone. Yep. Eliana Berkey playing the Alphorn at the Barden-Treffen Festival at Nuremberg. This picture is so crazy. You got the bright pink top, you got the long pipe, we got the tambourine, the high heel boots. This picture is crazy. Oh, and don't forget the faux leather leggings. That's probably one of the worst outfits I've ever seen. It looks so uncomfortable, but it balances out with the Alphorn. Amazing. Does MuseScore have Alphorn even? I'd be surprised if it... Yeah, it does. It's considered a brass instrument. Long wooden natural horn. That's not a brass instrument. It's literally a wooden horn. They lied to us. What does the MS Basic thing sound like? Where does Alphorn go? Oh, it goes below tuba. It just steals the horn sound. Sad. I'm very disappointed in you, MuseScore. As you keep continuing to disappoint me year after year by not adding a cornet sound. Do some doubly bubblies here. I'm gonna have to buy an Alphorn sound. I know, right? I'm so sad. When MuseScore eventually releases the much anticipated Alphorn. Oh, I thought I got rid of this other pianissimo. Delete the pianissimo. I pressed Control X. That means cut it out. Cut it out, man. You're giving me the creeps. Go, bass trombone. Somehow the bass trombone sounds kind of similar to the tuba, but it's like slightly less goofy. I mean, it looks goofier to play, don't get me wrong. The bass trombone is a mama instrument. It's got a big, long slide. Hey girl, you wanna see how long my trombone slide is? It's very slidey. Bass sized. Don't mind if I slide that bone. What's my melody? Get rid of the legato. I'll just write in the slur marks myself. I think MuseScore should do a Fortnite model and start releasing rare instruments like Alphorn on the season pass. If they did that, I think I would cry, and then I would laugh, and then I'd cry again, and I'd laugh again, and then I'd continue to use MuseScore because I refuse to pay for notation software if I can just use this. I'm just kidding. It's mostly because the sounds in MuseScore are better than the other ones I've come across. Like it, again, I'm willing to pay for good software if it's good, which is why I have a bunch of paid sounds here on MuseScore. But as far as I've seen, other places, I guess you could have like a DAW too, but like VST plugins, it's not really, it's like really not as intuitive to me as sheet music, and it's just so much easier to like write pizzicato here on my pizzicato clarinet. It's so much easier to write pizzicato just in a staff text or something, and also you'd have sheet music to go along with it, than to create a whole separate channel just for pizzicato. And I understand it gives you more control, and that's great and all, but like, I don't need that. Really. If I really wanted my piece to sound super duper realistic, I would just get an orchestra to play it. And I can't get an orchestra to play this because I'm not famous enough. So instead, I'll just sit in sadness that I won't be able to have it be played. Go, trumpets! Orchestration via piano roll will be bleh. I mean, some people do orchestrate using the piano roll, and that's something I talked about earlier. Like, I wonder how people that use DAWs think of orchestration, if they think of it differently. And they do. But probably if you're using a DAW, you're probably writing video game music or film music. And it's probably not going to be played by a real orchestra because you're writing it in a DAW and not sheets. So in that, it's like, okay, whatever. Like if you just want like the epic orchestral film sound, DAW is perfectly fine. It's just that when you start, I think when you want to specifically write in this classical style, I feel like you're going to need sheets. Sheet music is just better to look at. And you go to B major. No, not mayor, minor. You're the guy who did Hollow Knight, because apparently for Silksong they got a real orchestra. Oh, I haven't paid enough attention to the soundtrack to notice. Believe it or not, that's not my kind of game. Let's see. I think the key's gotta change here a little bit. Maybe move to like a minor key or something. Is like my instinct here. Like start on this minor, but then like move immediately back to a major chord, I think might be fun. Also, no bass trombone. As much as I think it sounds fun and goofy, try contrabass instead. More jolly, happy, fun. I want you to play pizzicato. 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 There you go, Piz. And you too, my cello friend. And you too, my viola friends. Repeat this. I believe the chord progression stays the same for 2 measures, I think. Maybe I could spice it up a little bit. Also, I don't like trumpet playing this part. Flute, your turn. One and a half. 1, 2, what the heck? One, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Okay, and I want here, at least for now, just double with whatever, yeah, double with the xylophone, please. Oh, but before the xylophone plays, no forte. Also, xylophone does not need to play slurs or staccato. Not exactly how xylophone works. Select the slurs, get rid of the slurs. I'm starting to not really like the the horns playing the horns are not quite sharp enough, I think. The horn sounds it's blending a little bit too much with flute. So I shall move these parts to trumpets. Although trumpet playing pianissimo isn't even possible. Okay. I want a crescendo triangle here, or some kind of something. Go, triangle, do stuff. You here, go to dynamics, mezzo forte. Please go from piano to mezzo forte. What volume are you at? You're already at piano, okay. Then just stay at pianissimo and then go to mezzo forte. Do a tremolo low here. Do a crescendo. No, it's too loud. Just do this, I guess. Okay. Change up the rhythm here. Delete, replace with eighth rest, thank you. Ultimate notes, extreme notes. Play a staccato, please. Make me very happy if you did such a thing. There you go. Perfect. Okay. I'll continue this part next time. And hey, look, the piece is already 10 minutes long. That's the longest piece I've written so far. It could probably do with a lot of trimming of fat because I think it's a little bit overstaying its welcome in some places, but that's what a rough draft is for. So thank you for watching. It's getting pretty early, so I'll just go to bed, I guess. And that's a lie. I think I'll just talk to more people on Discord, but I'm feeling kind of tired, so I'm going to go lay down. I'll see you guys next time. Make sure to subscribe and join the Discord and practice your scales. Bye-bye.